All right, good morning, everyone. This is a convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, and because we are using a virtual platform, I'll take a roll call of my fellow commissioners. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I am here.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay, and good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm here.
All right, we're all set to begin. Today is August 18th, my anniversary. So yesterday I stumbled upon the fact that it was the 17th. So here we are, August 18th already, 2022 public meeting number 389. We'll get started first before we turn to our roundtable discussion with a brief update from Executive Director Wells. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I just have two items I'd like to address this morning. One, I want to reiterate the importance of the notice of intent the Commission approved. That is going to be critically important for our planning purposes. So my request is that any party that is seeking any kind of license for sports wagering, go to our website, and I can even share my screen so I can walk folks through where that is. Just give me a minute.
I think that Tom could also help you, yeah.
Yeah, so hold on, share. Can everyone, oh, hold on, it's the wrong screen. All right, can everyone see the website right now?
You see our notice of our meeting and agenda. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, it's showing the wrong thing. Hold on. Stop sharing. Give me 1 second. All right, can you see the website right now?
We do.
Okay, so this is the home page for the website. If you just scroll down, notice of intent, right on the home page, click on that. It gives you the blog information for the notice of intent, and then just click on the link, and there's the form right here. So if folks could fill that out, anyone that's interested, it is going to help us tremendously. It'll also give us a list of interested parties. So those interested parties that are intending to file for a license will be able to be in communication with the Commission much more easily. So that is critically important. The due date on that is the 31st of August. So the request is that in the companies that are looking to get a license, fill out that form and give it to us, and then we'll be in touch from there. The second update I just want to give to the public is that we have also posted for our chief of our sports wagering division, so that job posting is on Taleo and Mass Careers, as well as the MGC website. We are hoping for a robust response to that position. It's going to be critically important as we go forward with implementing sports wagering. So any interested parties should look at that on our website or on Taleo. And we expect to be also pushing that out through other venues in the coming days. So just wanted to give that update, and I will turn it back over to Kathy. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Before we start our discussion with our guest today, I just want to start by thanking everyone for being here. Thank you to the representatives of our current licensees, the MGC staff, and to the media and the public watching the stream. The legislature passed a sports wagering bill early on the morning of August 1st, just 18 days ago, and Governor Baker then signed the bill into law just this past week on August 10th. Before this official action, the MGC has been keenly aware of this issue and has been doing our due diligence to understand what our responsibilities are as a potential regulator. Again, want to thank Executive Director Wells and the entire MGC staff for their hard work. Their efforts in anticipation of a bill being signed into law is why we've already held a number of public meetings on this issue and why these stakeholder roundtables are able to happen so quickly. I want to stress that this roundtable is just the first of many such meetings that we plan to have. Today, we're going to hear from our current licensees, Encore Boston Harbor, MGM Springfield, Plainridge Park, Casino Suffolk Downs, and Raymond Park. The new law that designates the MGC as regulator also references these entities. In the law, a Category 1 sports wagering license is envisioned for gaming establishments currently licensed and defined by Section 2 of Chapter 23K. That's Encore, MGM Springfield, and Plainridge Park Casino. The law also envisions a horse track where live racing is conducted or an entity authorized to conduct simulcast wagering to be eligible for a Category 2 sports wagering license. That would be Suffolk and Raynham. That's why we've invited these representatives here today to begin the discussion with those with whom we already have a regulatory relationship, who will have the opportunity to operate sports wagering should they apply and meet certain requirements set by law and our regulations. In the weeks ahead, we'll be conducting further roundtables with companies interested in applying for a Category 3 wagering license. An operator awarded a Category 3 license will be eligible to offer sports wagering through a mobile app or other digital platforms such as a website, but without a brick and mortar retail location. The MGC has issued, as you just heard from Executive Director Wells, a notice of intent to learn without commitment the landscape of interest. That notice, as she explained, can be accessed on the Massachusetts Gaming Commission website. We ask any company intending to apply for a Category 3 license to fill out this form so we may again understand the level of interest and work to adequately develop our next roundtable. During these roundtables, we will ask representatives about their plans surrounding responsible gaming and advertising. But, and this is an important distinction, we will also hold at least one standalone roundtable on the issue of responsible gaming and advertising, ensuring that those who choose to gamble in the Commonwealth have the supports they may need is essential. And MGC puts a premium on these efforts and expects our licensees to do so as well. And now, just in terms of logistics for today, I want to set the stage. We hope that this discussion is conversational in nature. It's intended to inform us all, the public, our licensees, and prospective sports wagering operators, and me and my fellow commissioners, and the entire team at the MGC. These roundtables should give us all an idea of the work that is currently underway, the work that needs to be done, and through that assessment, begin to understand the milestones that will inform the timeline licensees in the MGC will need to get sports wagering underway, including the prioritization of regulation promulgation. I will work to ensure that each licensee today has an opportunity to address the many categories and subcategories set forth in our agenda. And I ask and encourage my fellow commissioners to follow up with any questions, observations, or comments as we proceed. We have joining us several staff members from the MGC who are available to assist us and the licensees with questions. I ask you, commissioners, to help me ensure that this is an inclusive process. If I miss anyone trying to weigh in, including yourselves, please interject at any time. I need extra eyes because the virtual format can be challenging with this many participants. We understand that there may be a point where a licensee may be hesitant to give a complete answer, perhaps because it might result in a disclosure of sensitive information or perhaps information that could be considered a competitive disadvantage. We will respect those boundaries and thank all 5 representatives today for their cooperation and collaboration in this public forum. My fellow commissioners and I want to emphasize, as we have already in earlier public meetings, that we want to introduce sports wagering in the Commonwealth as the law intends, swiftly, but certainly without sacrificing the high level of integrity we expect from gaming operators in Massachusetts. Before I turn to our participants, commissioners, do you have anything that you'd like to add with respect to setting the stage and what we can expect for today? And I'll start with Commissioner O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you laid it out pretty well. Everyone who's participating in the agenda today in terms of the licensees, we did this during COVID. It was incredibly helpful, I think, for everyone. So in addition to us learning from you, some of the questions might help you going forward too as we work through this process. And as the chair said, we're going to do it in a way that is deliberate and protects the interests of the Commonwealth as we move forward as well. So I look forward to hearing what everybody has to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
I have nothing to add, Madam Commissioner. I'm looking forward to a very robust conversation today.
Thank you. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing else to add. I think you covered everything in your introductory remarks. Just want to say hello to everybody and welcome to this platform. And I look forward to hearing a very robust discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to add, but I do appreciate the time of everyone on here and look forward to the conversation.
Excellent. Thank you. So, given that Plain Ridge Park Casino was the first facility that opened back in 2015, we're going to turn first to General Manager North Brownsville, and thank you for being here, North. We're interested in hearing your initial thoughts. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, commissioners, and good morning, Madam Chair. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to make sure that I have myself all set. I hope that you were able to see my screen. It looks like there's a portion of it that may be overlapping.
I think we're good.
We're good? Okay.
Yes, North. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So again, thank you so much for taking the time to hear from us today. Plain Ridge Park is pleased to present our initial thoughts with regards to sports wagering and our initial preparations in the Commonwealth. Before I begin the formal presentation, though, I wanted to take a moment to thank the Commission staff, led by Executive Director Wells, for their collaborative spirit, professionalism, and diligence leading up to today. While there are still many questions left to answer before sports wagering begins, I am confident that working together, we will achieve an outcome that is in the best interest of the citizens of the Commonwealth. With that, I'll go right into our presentation. And I wanted to start our presentation by providing a bit of background on Penn Entertainment's experience as it relates to sports wagering. Penn Entertainment currently operates 24 retail or in-person sports books across 13 different U.S. states. Our executive team at Plain Ridge Park includes experienced operators, and between members of the executive team, we've opened 4 different sports books in multiple jurisdictions. And finally, we have great support from our parent company, Penn Entertainment. Our experience launching other sports books has allowed us to develop detailed project timelines, job descriptions, and standard operating procedures, which integrate best practices. We have a team on standby ready to assist us with troubleshooting and any unforeseen scenarios, and our attention to regulatory compliance, both at the property and the corporate level, is strong. So with that firm foundation in place, PPC has undertaken several actions to prepare our operation for this exciting new form of wagering in the Commonwealth. On the compliance side, we've provided Commission staff with our retail vendor list, which covers certain areas such as hardware, software, data feeds, and integrity monitoring. And we've conducted an initial review of the legislation to make sure that we understand what is required from us as licensees. On the human resources side, we have defined our organizational structures, prepared job descriptions, began making updates to our compendium so that we could ready those for submission, looking at our hours of operation, and assessing our staffing needs. On the design and construction side, we have identified potential temporary locations for a sports wagering facility and permanent locations on the casino floor. Our layouts for those are complete, and we will be ready to submit those when the commission is ready. On the operations side, we have a project timeline for retail operations launch, which includes a hiring timeline, training guides, and standard operating procedures. We've confirmed the availability of our hardware, and our house rules are ready for submission to the commission. And then I think kind of that leads us into what's next. One of the things that we as an operator look for as we begin our preparation is an official launch date. And that date's important because it feeds a lot of other decisions operationally that need to be made in terms of when we will start construction, whether or not we will need a temporary location, the initiation of our recruiting efforts, a goal date for equipment delivery, and a multitude of other operational decisions. As we've looked at the rollout of sports wagering in other jurisdictions, there are two main things that have stood out as things that could potentially slow down the process. And I just wanted to talk about those briefly today. One is just the licensing piece. We understand that occupational licensing for the people involved in this activity will begin as we begin the hiring and recruiting process. The vendor and operator licensing, PPC is ready to begin when the license type and submission requirements are determined. And we are gathering the expected information that we anticipate the commission will be asking for now. On the hardware and software side, some of the things that are helpful to us are understanding what the certification requirements may need to be in terms of whether or not there are specific GLI letters or other certifications that are required, whether or not the commission will accept temporary reciprocity agreements while those final GLI letters are obtained, and whether or not we have the approval to receive or stage equipment prior to install and turning them on live. All of those things are things that are helpful to us as we prepare to be able to offer this activity within the Commonwealth. And so that is the wrap up of what it is that we have to present to the commission today. We appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you and for the rest of the session today.
Thank you, Northern. We'll hold on questions and just go through the 5 presentations and then follow up with the questions as we move into our roundtable discussion. So I'm going to turn now to President and COO Chris Kelly of MGM Springfield, and I'm just looking to see. Oh, it's Gus. Are you standing in for Chris?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I am. Chris is actually under the weather, and he apologizes that he's unable to participate. I will try to make a reasonable facsimile of Chris in this presentation. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Gus. Just
morning.
for the record, if you could just give your full name and your exact title, because I want to get it right.
Yes, Chair. Good morning. My name is full name Augustin Kim, Vice President and Legal Counsel, MGM Springfield.
Great, thank you, Gus.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning, Executive Director Wells and members of the MGC staff. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you this morning at this roundtable. Before I go into my presentation, though, I feel that I must make a special announcement. My friend and colleague, Daniel Miller, last week gave up his British citizenship to become an American citizen. So we are all very happy with that event. And I thought that when Dan gave up his citizenship, he would also give up the British accent, but he did not do that. So we still hear him. We still appreciate his hearing him speak. But we are excited and thrilled to call Dan our fellow countryman now. So thank you very much for everybody for the indulgence in making that announcement. With respect to the sports betting issue, Chair, Commissioners, you are probably already aware that MGM Springfield had already expended considerable funds, millions of dollars, to construct a sports betting lounge. If you're on property, you've seen it. It's a great facility with stadium captain-like chairs, with a wall full of TVs. We've got a cage built out, and we're all set to go, frankly speaking. In addition to actually creating that sports book lounge, we also, to enhance the experience for other casino patrons, we also extended and built a very nice sitting area for viewing in our tap bar between the restaurant area and the bowling alley. And if you haven't seen that area, that's worthwhile seeing as well. So in terms of actual infrastructure, physically speaking, MGM Springfield is ready and set to move as soon as we know what the regulatory framework is. We've already submitted to the commissioner, to the commission, to MGC, list of vendors that we will need to operate a sports betting book. We've already provided to the staff copies of National Harbor's internal controls, standing operating procedures, and the like. And we expect that we can use National Harbor as a template and modify it according to MGC's final regulations. But we are also really in a good position with respect to that as well. We operate, as you know, in various jurisdictions. We already have sports books operating in Nevada, Mississippi, Michigan, New Jersey, and Maryland. And BetMGM, our partner in sports betting, is well positioned to assist in helping to make sure that we are set up accordingly in Massachusetts as well. So overall, I am very pleased with where we are in terms of preparation. We are ready to go as soon as probably within 90 days of when the regulations become final. We can probably go live, hopefully within about a 90-day window. And so we are excited about this opportunity, and we look forward to participating in these roundtables, this one and the ones going forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you very much. And again, we'll hold questions and augment them as we move forward in our roundtable discussion. Going to move now to Encore Boston Harbor. Good morning, Jackie. Jackie Brown, Senior Vice President and General Counsel.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. We know we did this during COVID as well, and it was very helpful from our perspective to get some feedback directly from the Commission. Once again, the legislature has passed legislation that is both thoughtful and robust, and we look forward to providing sports wagering in a responsible manner, commensurate with the quality that our guests have come to expect from us. As you know, we've already completed the construction and are currently operating the WinBet Sports Bar, which is already a popular place for viewing purposes. And we are very excited to take this to the next step and open up the wickets for wagers. We know that this is going to attract new customers, and we're looking at every location within our facility to best serve our guests. Some of our guests will want to come, sit, and view a game while they're wagering, and others will want to stop by quickly just to place a wager. So we're looking at locations throughout our building for betting kiosks so that we can meet all these different needs. To that end, we would appreciate the opportunity to discuss floor plans and gaming areas to better understand where we might be able to place these kiosks. Much like Penn and MGM, timing is critical to us. Once we understand launch dates and how the launch will work, whether it is one at a time or all together, we can immediately proceed with hiring and licensing. One of the specific topics that we're very interested in is whether our employees from affiliated companies will be able to come here for training purposes. As you know, we operate a retail facility at our location in Las Vegas, and those trainings will be very valuable to us when under 23, well, I shouldn't say under 23K, under the current Gaming Act, there was a provision that did allow the employees of our affiliates to come here for training purposes. We're also working with our vendors to ensure that they are licensed in accordance with the requirements established. And our IT team is working diligently to understand the requirements and obtain the necessary certifications. Reciprocity in this particular area would be critical to enabling a timely launch. In terms of training, we have identified particular training modules. And as soon as we understand the regulations, particularly as they apply to marketing and responsible gaming, we will further develop those. So lastly, I'll just end with marketing is obviously a big part of sports wagering, and we understand the concerns that have been raised both by the legislature, the governor, other states. So we're very eager to see what regulations the commission might develop with respect to that, so that we can create a campaign and launch effectively to educate our guests. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jackie. And again, we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you for highlighting some of your questions in these introductory remarks. I'm going to turn now to Suffolk Downs. And good morning, Mr. Tuttle. I see that you're here, Chip Tuttle, Chief Operating Officer of Downs Simulcasting Center. Thanks.
Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chair and commissioners and staff. We're obviously very excited about the final form of the legislation, and that the legislature and the governor saw fit to include the simulcast licensees as part of this process. We appreciate your time and consideration today. As other speakers have said, these roundtables were very helpful during COVID, and we look forward to participating in a very fulsome manner as you continue this process. I will try to synopsize or summarize the letter that I sent to the commission. I guess I was mistaken thinking that when August 1st came around, I would have less work to do. And probably several of the commission staff feel the same way. But we do appreciate all the work that you've done already to get ready for this eventuality. We do plan to move ahead. The legislation grants us both retail and mobile rights. We plan to move ahead with those. And right now we are working on parallel paths. One is to select a best-in-class sportsbook partner. We've had considerable interest in that regard, have heard from virtually all of the major operators in the US, all of whom seem very keen on potentially partnering with us. So we don't have a firm decision on that yet, but we will obviously keep the commission abreast of our conversations, and we are well underway in that process and expect that we will conclude the process of selecting a partner or partners in the coming weeks. Similarly, we are working on a parallel path on real estate options. As the commission is aware, we've been operating in our current location as a tenant since 2017. The Suffolk Downs property where we operate is owned by HYM Development. And we do have a lease agreement with HYM that extends through the end of 2023. We are in conversations with HYM about how we potentially move forward with them beyond that. But we also have several other real estate options in Suffolk County as well. This is another area where I am hopeful that I will be able to give the commission a more concrete plan and definitive details in the coming weeks. But for now, we are in business discussions on the real estate side as well as the potential partnership side. And looking at today's agenda and some of the areas you're going to cover, I will likely have to defer until we have identified a partner that is suitable to the commission, because we assume that a best-in-class sportsbook partner is going to have all of the protocols and information that the commission is going to need to make a decision. That's a snapshot of our update, and we'll look forward to any questions that you or any of the commissioners have as this meeting progresses, and we'll do my best to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. I appreciate your comments, and we'll again digest them as we go forward in today's discussion. So our final presentation is from Raynham Park. Good morning, Attorney. Is it Eichel? Am I saying that correctly?
Sorry about that. It's Eichel, Steve Eichel.
Steve Eichel, and I should know that. My apologies.
No problem at all. We actually pronounce it wrong. So it's just the way
No,
we do.
you pronounce it right. So good morning. And so Attorney Eichel is representing Raynham Park this morning for us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Morning, Madam Chair, morning, Commissioners and Executive Director Wells. I am actually a partner at the law firm of Ramon PC and am outside counsel for the Carney family and its affiliated entities. I've been working with the Carney family, I guess at this point, for about a decade, and so know them very well as their various operations and endeavors. That said, I will readily admit that I'm a business and tax attorney. I'm not a gaming expert, so I am here humbly to learn from you as much as to provide whatever information that I can and insights, kind of with I guess a fresh view of things. In terms of where the Carney family stands, we're in a little bit of a different position, I think, from certainly the casino facilities. We are essentially a family-owned business that has a long history of working in the community in real estate development, as well as in the Greyhound racing originally, and ultimately simulcasting business. So in terms of a brief history, the family started with the Greyhound racing facility at Raynham Park way back in 1940. That progressed rapidly with quite an upswing in the business all the way through 1989, when the track set the world record for the largest handle at the time, about $240 million. Was a very successful business. Obviously in 2000, when the animal rights concerns became acute, and legislation was ultimately passed outlawing Greyhound racing in the Commonwealth in terms of live Greyhound races, the family pivoted to simulcast wagering and continued to run the facility. They have stayed with the business through thick and through thin, and a lot of folks at the time lost employment, but we kept as many employees on board as possible and have continued to operate the simulcast facility through the present time. The family is extremely excited about the sports wagering opportunity and have been anticipating this for a couple of years now. And we're thrilled when August 1st came along. And we have already, similarly to Suffolk Downs, we have quite a few similarities, I think, with Suffolk Downs, and a few differences in situation. In the sense that, again, while we have experience for many, many years running a limited gaming facility of a type, we would look primarily to an experienced operating partner in the specific sports wagering industry, both on the retail license side as well as the mobile license side. And we have been, I'm sure, as Suffolk Downs, deluged by the same usual suspects looking to partner with us. And so we have been having a number of calls with those players, discussing on obviously a very preliminary basis which one would be the ideal partner. I think in terms of questions, we have been getting a lot of questions from those potential partners where they have questions about certain ambiguities in the legislation that we would love to pose as questions on their behalf and on our behalf that will be very helpful in their making certain go, no-go decisions, or figuring out their business models and plans and and projections. Number of them have to do with how the fee structures work, how the licensing process will work. In particular, I'll just front that one of our questions, important questions for you, will be whether or not it's permitted, and even if permitted, the commission's whether or not the commission has a preference one way or the other if we have a different operator for the retail license, operating partner for, I should say, for the retail license and the mobile license, or if there's any kind of strong preference or requirement that it be the same operator for both our retail and mobile license, because that will obviously have a significant impact on which partner we go with, because various partners have expressed preferences to us as to whether they go with, some of them want to do mobile only, some of them want to do retail only, and some of them would do both. I think where we're in a little bit of a different position here is that in terms of real estate, which is what the Carney family brings to the table, and was going to bring to the table, for example, when using their Brockton Fairgrounds property, we applied in a joint venture for the Regency Category 1 casino license, bringing the real estate, the relationships, very good relationships with the local community, and experience in dealing with the local community. We have the same with Raynham Park. We have an excellent piece of real estate that is extremely well located in terms of access to the public and transportation. There is the existing Greyhound simulcast facility that is still up and running, but eventually, that will be demolished and replaced with the new facility, which we're very excited about, is already under construction. I think you saw some artist renderings of that and a floor plan, which look very cool to me. And the steel structure is already up. Obviously, this indicates a commitment that has already been heavily made by the Carney family, even well before the legislation actually was passed. Just in general terms, the total facility will have about 58,300 total square feet of space, 30,000 square feet of which will be devoted to the gaming area. It will be contemplated to have totally state-of-the-art facilities and equipment. Again, very large viewing area with all of the TV screens, automated kiosks, theater seating, as well as live teller windows. Again, we do anticipate retaining all of the employees that we have, as well as hiring additional employees as necessary in combination with whoever our selected partner is, who will be helping us with the training, et cetera. And so with that, I think that's a good general summary of where we are. We have a number of specific questions that we will pose at the time that they come up in the course of your very thoughtful agenda that we see we'll go through today. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So we'll get started with the agenda then, and it's going to be fluid. It may not always align exactly with the bullets in the order that they are put forth on the agenda, because as I said initially, we want it to be conversational. But we'll keep track of those topics, and commissioners, if there's any questions that you have, or our guests, if you have on the particular topics, just circle back. And to the members of our team, this is an opportunity too for you to get clarification, and just let me know if you need to interject. We welcome everybody's participation. Commissioners, am I correct? I'm seeing nodding heads. We will keep track of time. If for any reason we really need more time, we will make that in a future date. But let's get started. And our initial bullet, it has come up already in today's initial comments about questions around placement and floor plans. Karen, if you want to just elaborate a bit, you've met with the licensees, some of the concerns that are coming up with respect to why we have the floor plans at the top of the list here.
Yeah, I think, yes, I think that sort of the key question here is, where can we place kiosks, or where can we have this? What is considered the gaming space? And I think that from our prior conversations, it certainly will be helpful for the licensees to know what the parameters are from the commission. If the commission has any constraints on where they want these items to be located, or where they can conduct sports wagering on the premises, it's better to know now so they can plan accordingly. I think, for example, Jackie Crum,
I think we'll start with Jackie. Yeah.
So I just took notes. There's like they're looking at potentially putting kiosks in different locations on the property. So if there are any concerns, this is the time for the commissioners to potentially express those, or if they want more information, they can get more information from the licensees.
Yeah, so Jackie, you did raise the issue precisely. So I think, Karen, thank you. We'll get started with Jackie. And I know this is with respect to floor plans, kiosk, and technology we'll address later. All right.
So, for example, one of the things that we would be interested in understanding from the commission is whether, let's say, if we turned a ballroom, even on a temporary basis, into a viewing party, would we be able to put kiosks in there, provided, of course, that we have the appropriate surveillance and security that is applicable to gaming areas generally. We've also, frankly, been looking at locations within our garage that might potentially be converted. I know as you know, we've been complaining about real estate for a while. So one of the thoughts is potentially creating a location within the garage, which would obviously be cordoned off with security, appropriate security and surveillance, where we might, it might be helpful for guests who want to just pull up, have short-term parking, come and place a wager and depart the premises. So those are all the different iterations that we're thinking about, and just would appreciate any feedback in terms of whether that is something that would be entertained.
Commissioners, you want to address Jackie before we move on to other representatives' questions?
I actually have a question, but I think Eileen.
Eileen beat you to it. Go right ahead,
did.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Right. I raised my eyebrows before Brad had a chance to unmute himself. So I guess my question in terms of, I have a number of questions about sort of the idea of taking it off the gaming floor, but the idea of like the garage in particular, is that something that you are asking short-term in the potential that this is rolled out where you have on premises and then that becomes less of a need when mobile becomes active? Or is this something that you are potentially envisioning as a change in the structure in terms of how you'd offer sports wagering?
Certainly in the short term, we're concerned about the volume and making sure that we have enough space and enough locations for everybody. But potentially, once online comes, we think that that demand will change a little bit, but potentially even long term. And as you know, we've come before you before asking for changes to the gaming area to expand certain things. And so we'd envision it sort of in a similar manner.
And then in terms of the ballroom in particular, is this contemplating taking a particular ballroom space and making a permanent conversion? Or is this more like, Super Bowl comes and you've got things like that and you want to do this on a temporary basis?
So for the ballroom, it would be a temporary use that we'd be looking for.
Okay. All right, I'll let Brad queue up his question.
So this being so conversational, I'm hoping that all of the licensees can share with us some of their experiences in other jurisdictions that are owned by your company. So Jackie, can you give me your experience of what floor plans are like in other jurisdictions and what other commissions have done to be either helpful or hurtful?
I might push this over to Penn to answer, because we only have one other location where we have a retail sports book, and that's in Las Vegas, which is obviously very different. Again, we think under the current construct, it would need to be designated as a gaming area so that all those provisions that go into gaming areas would apply. But North, can you add to this potentially?
So I think what we end up finding out in other jurisdictions is that the patrons who are sports wagers or sports bettors also enjoy other forms of gaming, whether that's poker or horse racing, or they're just hanging out watching a game in a restaurant. And so having the ability to have a kiosk in those locations is helpful to those people, specifically if they're looking to make an in-game wager, which is where we find these types of kiosks to be particularly helpful. So an in-game wager would be somebody is placing a wager on an outcome of an event after the game has already started. And so speed is of the essence in those instances. The other thing I would say is that we certainly, as it relates to the horse racing side, Penn would have an interest in being able to have some kiosks in that location. We know that there are a segment of our guests within the racing operation that have become very accustomed to self-service and use our facilities there, our kiosks there to place wagers. I think that it's reasonable to anticipate that those folks who are hanging out down there, watching races, betting on those, may also be interested in placing a wager on a game that's active at the moment.
Anybody else want to add to that from any of the other companies, licensees?
MGM, Gus, do you have anything to add? Does any other facility use the garage?
It would be a lovely area within the garage.
You know what? No doubt, Jackie. I just am wondering, and North is quite familiar with our questions about drive-up betting because of Derby Day activities at PPC. So he's very familiar with the kinds of questions that the commission has presented in the past. You're imagining that they would park and then walk to the kiosks and not drive up? And
that's correct. So it would be an enclosed space, again, with a security, just like entering any other portion of the gaming area.
I understand. Okay. Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Skinner, do we have questions on this topics? Kiosks in terms of the exact placement, MGM, Gus, I think you might have some thoughts on where you'd like to see those kiosks. I want to make sure. Commissioner Maynard did turn off his volume. Commissioner Maynard?
Hi, Jackie. Is the idea that these garage kiosks, that a patron would go to them and really that would be their only experience on the property, right? They're going to go to the kiosk and then go back to their car, correct?
That's correct for some of the patrons, or it could be they walking towards the elevator banks, they enter into this secure area, they place their wager, and then they continue into the casino. So a combination of both, but we would provide short-term parking for those patrons who don't want to necessarily stay.
Does your Vegas property have something similar? I've not been there.
We do not in Las Vegas.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Gus?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Skinner, you're all set for a moment? Or,
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
thank you. Sorry, Gus. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair. At this time, MGM Springfield does not intend to place any kiosks in spaces that are not already designated as casino floor. So, but we are very interested in about the concept of temporary spacing, for example, watch parties that Jack had brought up. That is something that we are very keenly aware and mindful of, and would like some answers and clarity on that. But we, at this point in time, any kiosks that we place would be on the casino floor itself. So, in terms of the overall long-term expansion of casino floors, that is not of an immediate concern to MGM Springfield right now.
Thank you. Questions from anyone else on the kiosk placement? Anyone from the staff want to ask a follow-up question? Team, okay. Let's keep on moving on then. The issue of hiring and staffing is so pertinent right now. And of course, this commission is always interested in how gaming is truly a economic driver for jobs and revenue. So if I can, I'll start with you, North, in terms of hiring. We also get those quarterly updates from you as to casino operations, and we know there are some challenges right now.
Yeah, so as I said in our comments, we've prepared an initial assessment of what we believe our staffing needs will be. Some of that, is more starting with the organizational structure of, what does it look like who's supervising the people, what are the positions, where does it report up through the organization, those types of things. So we've made those determinations. I think with regards to the hiring, some of this will depend on the way the commission proceeds with regards to activities that may be prioritized first. So if retail operations were to go first, we would anticipate that there'd be a greater need for staffing as we begin, and that over time that we would more of the wagers would probably go to the online piece. So there will always be a retail component. We see that from our other experiences, but the actual number of people that required have many things to do with in terms of the season in which wagering would begin and what that looks like. So we'll remain flexible to whatever the needs are, but we believe that we'll be able to adequately staff.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, North, for those comments. And I'm concerned about this initially because what we've been hearing from all our licensees is the hiring issues that they have been having over the last few months in regards to the food and beverage industry. I think I remember hearing that some licensees are having issues getting dealers to become workers in their establishment. So I'm trying to grapple or juggle with what I heard, but now what I'm hearing now that we should be able to get the employees we need. Now, let's be honest. If you're a retail operation, you're going to need some employees, not a lot. But if it goes to the mobile, you're not going to really need a lot of employees coming forward. Is that an accurate statement?
So I would say a couple things with regards to the hiring softness that we've seen. I think it's been pretty concentrated within the culinary realm for many of us, and that is typical of what's happening in the culinary industry in general. So we've seen some softness in that area, although it has been gradually returning. With regards to the retail operations, the needs for staffing within the retail operations are going to fluctuate up and down. But what we tend to find when sports wagering operates, when it begins operating in a jurisdiction, is that it's a new thing. People are interested in getting in on the ground floor of that. They want to learn more about it. They want to be involved in it. And our needs, depending on how things roll out, may differ from the long term, but the retail need will always be there. And so sometimes some of those people come into entry-level positions, are able to make a way for themselves and stand out and be impressive. And then as other jurisdictions open up, we have other jurisdictions that are in the process of launching right now. And many times there's opportunities for those folks. If we perhaps, have a lesser need here, there's sometimes an opportunity for people to grow in their career and move to a different jurisdiction and become a supervisor or a manager in another capacity in another jurisdiction. So I would say that, and that's true as we look across our organization. Sometimes our managers come from other properties. They started as team members on the hourly level and have built a reputation for themselves and found a way forward. So I think that ultimately, as it comes to the way that we would fill those jobs, I feel comfortable that we'll be able to meet the demand that's there, and that there will be folks who find interest in the positions we have. And I think that it is different from what we're seeing on the retail side. Similar to what Jackie and I think some of the other licensees had shared in terms of the types of people who normally come into these positions, we find that we have a mix of people who either have cash handling experience and or a passion for sports. And between those two, that is a pretty a broad swath of people to be able to pull from. And so again, I've learned over the past 2 years never to say never, or to say that we know exactly what's going to happen. But I think that this is a slightly different scenario than what we've seen in other parts of the business over the past 2 years.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioners on jobs. Questions? Observations? Commissioner Weiner?
I think I have a comment, and that is, North, you presented to us fantastic diversity numbers last week. And just really want to say that this is another great opportunity, I think, to diversify the staff, and I'm looking forward to see if that comes to fruition.
Thank you. I guess I'm also interested in, from all, 5 licensees, and I know that this is new territory for both Mr. Tuttle and Mr. Eichel, is that how many of the operational jobs are really taking place from behind the scenes outside of Massachusetts and outside even maybe the country, versus how many will actually be available in terms of percentage, perhaps rather than exact number, will be operationally involved in Massachusetts. If you have a sense of that, given your experience in other jurisdictions. And I guess that does speak a little bit to Commissioner Hill's point. It might be different for the mobile versus the retail.
I mean,
I can, go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I'll just say from my perspective, and we don't have experience operating in other jurisdictions. And as a result of that, I would just say from our perspective, I think we view this certainly, and we don't have, experience on the mobile side of it. So we can't really speak to that. That will be something that, will be within the domain of our operating partner. That said, I think our full expectation is that with respect to the retail side of the business, we expect it to operate as it has, since the 1940s with the Carney family, which is that this is going to be a great thing for the local community. We expect to hire, I think, pretty much entirely from the local community. And that's what's so exciting about the opportunity. What I know about the Carney family from working with them for the last decade is that they care a great deal about the local community. They are very happy that they'll be able to offer additional employment. It's one of the things that excites them the most about this. Many of their employees have been with them for literally 30 plus years. And, so they have very little turnover, generally speaking, in their businesses. They treat their employees well. And I think, the economic reality is with the pandemic and people reevaluating their views on work. And there's a little bit of, I think, a paradigm shift in economic distribution. And, people will have to be paid enough to get them to do the jobs that some people are choosing, not to do. And I think they understand that reality and plan to do what's necessary to hire up sufficient staff to have a very successful operation.
I would echo on behalf of SSR commissioners. I would echo what Steve said. While we certainly are not a mobile operator and can't speak to how many jobs on the mobile side would be here in Massachusetts and at the facility. One of the things that's most gratifying for us about this is the ability to to expand our workforce. We're currently open 5 days a week for simulcasting, somewhat limited hours, whereas a combined simulcast sportsbook operation will be open 7 days a week for perhaps more than twice, double the hours, or at least double what we are open now. So we have an agreement with IBEW Local 103. That's the primary union for the Suffolk Downs employees, that all the new jobs that we're able to offer in a combined simulcast sportsbook operation will be with 103. And, there are a lot of our current employees have not necessarily been able to get as many shifts as they would like. So we're really looking forward to enabling current employees to expand their hours and bringing on new people with new job opportunities in an expanded facility.
Thank you. Jackie?
Sure. In response to your question about what percentage would be located within the Commonwealth and as opposed to outside, I think with respect to retail, you're going to see that as a very, very high percentage located within Massachusetts. So I'd say over 95% of the people who support the retail operation would be located in Massachusetts. We're looking at hiring primarily in the food and beverage, cashiers, security and surveillance, and tech. Those would be the main areas that we'd supplement our current staff. We don't anticipate that need going away when online comes. We think retail is going to continue to be a robust portion of the business. And then in terms of online, you'll see the majority of that is ready from the current infrastructure that we have in place. It would not be as heavily based in Massachusetts.
Thank you. Questions so far with respect to the comments we've received, commissioners, on jobs?
It's been very informative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And our team, any questions? All right, then we'll move on. We're now looking at House rules and internal control submissions. I think that the commissioners could all stand a bit of an education on exactly what we would anticipate for House rules that you must present to us, I believe, for approval before you can operate. If you just somebody wants to give us a quick education on what those look like, that would be really helpful, I'm sure, for my fellow commissioners and perhaps for the public, if some would like to take a stab at that. Jackie? Thank you.
House rules are going to look very similar to the rules that we have, for instance, for the games that we offer, the table games. So we have those ready to go whenever the commission is ready to receive them based on our other operations. Internal controls is obviously will be largely dependent on the regulatory process and the regulations that are promulgated. So as soon as we have a sense of the regulations, we'll be able to develop the internal controls.
Any other licensee want to comment on those rules development? And commissioners, this is a chance to ask those fundamental questions you may have. And team, you may have questions exactly what the House rules may look like. A few of us had the benefit of going to a sports book recently, and I think Director Wells took a beeline to getting a copy of the House rules. So. Okay, and in terms of the process, Loretta, Director Lilios, any questions you might have with respect to, or that you'd like to drill down on in terms of internal controls? What regs might be particularly helpful in the development of those from the perspective of a licensee? Anything that you have on your mind, Director Lilios?
Not at this time for this category, Chair.
Okay. And I'm going to turn to Burke, our specialist on this. So are there any questions that you have on this matter?
Good morning, everybody. I think we're, like Jackie said, waiting for the regs to come out. We're prepared from our side for the physical inspections. I've been working and talking with the 3 properties about that aspect. So we're trying to get in front of that. So as it's all being laid out, we'll be ready to go to do the inspections.
Great, thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, if I could just interject for any of our licensees that have the House rules, please send them over to Director Lilios as soon as you have them so we can get going on looking at those. No reason to delay.
Thank you. Okay. Then in terms of, I think we should go to the security issues. There's a lot of us are familiar with these matters. We're not necessarily familiar with how they're put into operation. So it would be really helpful to go over who do you contract with? How do you contract? And what exactly do they accomplish? And Karen, I don't know if there's something else that you want to keep, to sort of set the stage for this important discussion.
I think that it just may be helpful, as you had said on the prior bullet point, to sort of educate the commissioners on generally what is the approach from the licensees to ensure the physical security, the cyber security, the know your customer, all these things that are part of ensuring the integrity of your operations. Just if you could give a general approach to how the licensee deals with those issues so they can understand for when they implement the regulatory framework.
Can I turn to Gus? Are you comfortable moving on? I don't want to put anyone on the spot.
No, Madam Chair, I'm fine. So as I said earlier, at least with respect to MGM Springfield, our intent is to keep sports betting on the existing casino floor. So we will have the same surveillance, same security operations, the same SOPs on all of those matters that exist now on the gaming side that'll exist on the sports betting side. And so we see that there will be no interruption in coverage of sports betting. We don't foresee there be anything additional that we have to do. Obviously, we want to make sure that our camera coverage adequately captures the kiosks and the like. But in terms of making some minor tweaks and adjustments, at least for MGM Springfield, we don't foresee any major changes to the way we operate currently as a result of adding sportsbook to our amenities that we offer to our customers. And with respect to cybersecurity, again, same thing. The same levels of cybersecurity that we maintain for our current operations, we will have that. And once BetMGM is duly licensed or in the process of, we'll certainly coordinate and work with BetMGM in making sure that whatever protocols that they have in place are also put into place at MGM Springfield as well.
North, thank you, Gus. North, you have your audio available.
Yeah, I would just say, similar to MGM, we'll use many of the same systems that we use currently, and then we'll add on additional systems, which help us identify unusual betting patterns, things like that, which could represent opportunities for arbitrage or fraud. So we will use those existing systems and then supplement with other things that are specific to sports wagering.
North, I have a quick follow-up question for you, and correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't looked at this for a bit, and I think I may have raised this to you, but you did mention that the possibility of accommodating the horse racing patrons by placing kiosks for sports wagering in that space that's so nicely situated along the track. Horse racing age for betting is 18, is that correct? And of course, for sports wagering, it's 21. I know you have an answer for this, so I thought we might offer it, how you'll manage that.
So, I think that, we similarly need to monitor that in the current scenario, and we have adequate staffing, including, detail from Plainville occasionally and other security or teller positions who are down there who are able to monitor that. We could certainly place those kiosks in a location that's a little bit easier for us to have visibility to. But, and then, of course, surveillance coverage of those types of areas remain strong.
But you would have 18-year-olds accessing horse racing in the same place as accessing perhaps a sports wagering kiosk. And correct me, the kiosks they're like placing in person, so they don't have any of the tools on knowing your customer age, et cetera, that you will get with the mobile app platform, or do they?
So kiosks have the ability to register player account information and to be able to use that as a form of verification. Otherwise, we are depending on someone to look to make sure that the person accessing that is of age. And that we tend not to operate, at least at Plain Ridge, with a single point of failure mentality, meaning that as long as someone gets in through the door, that means they can stay there forever. We make sure that team members understand that occasionally an officer can make a mistake, they can be distracted, something can happen that allows an underage patron onto the floor. So it remains part of all of our responsibilities to make sure that the people who are there and wagering are of legal age to do so. And if they have reason to believe that they're not, to request an ID and act appropriately.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien, I see you're leaning in.
I did. So North, is there another jurisdiction that you function in, you as a corporate company have functioned in, that has this dichotomy? One age for, say, horse racing and the other for the sports?
Madam Commissioner, I believe that West Virginia does, and I know that Pennsylvania does.
And then do you know whether or not you have any other protocols, security protocols in place, or placement restrictions in those jurisdictions? And you probably don't know off the top of your head, but just in terms of furthering the discussion with us, if that's something I'd be interested in knowing.
I believe it's going to, again, depend on the human element of someone there to be able to make sure that they're monitoring those transactions.
Yeah, that, I'll be perfectly blunt, that makes me uncomfortable. That's the end of my comments on that topic for now.
I like the absolute nature of it, Commissioner O'Brien, so appreciate that. In terms of just a little bit more education on the security issues that might arise around in-person betting, Jackie, do you have any further helpful information for us?
So, well, we're operating under the assumption that the commission will require the same level of surveillance and security with respect to sports betting that it does for any other kind of gaming. So we would propose to have that level of security and surveillance throughout any areas that are authorized for sports betting.
Okay, then commissioners, are there any further questions on this topic? I think they might become more complex as we move into mobile for our future roundtables. I just want to acknowledge Daniel Miller while he has his video on. Congratulations again. I was lucky to see you the day after your ceremony, and we congratulate you. So in terms of the next topic, equipment and technology, I think this is an important area that I think a few of you touched on in terms of what will be expected that might actually affect timelines. Am I correct in that framing that, Karen, if you want to help me out, or Loretta?
Yes, I can help out there, because I think one of the asks, and I took notes when North was talking, some of the policy questions that'll come before the commission on this would include the ability to bring in the equipment potentially before it's licensed or approved, so they can set the stage. And then there's also we'll get into the licensing later, but also licensing of vendors. And then there's also the certification procedures, the expectation, I think, that the staff has, is that there will be some kind of requirement by the commission for what we call the GLI certification. So there's an independent test lab that certifies that any kind of equipment is functioning according to Massachusetts rules and regulations. So I think that's the kind of ask from the licensee side, and I'll defer to them on the details, is what are some things that can be done to expedite the launch process for the equipment that they're going to need.
Does some representative want to take the first stab at this issue, just to make sure we understand precisely? And then we may need to turn to you, Director Lilios, for any insights as to how you're imagining with your team to facilitate the testing of the equipment. North, do you want to elaborate?
So I believe that some of it will come down to the determination of what gaming equipment is and what is not gaming equipment. So one of the examples would be, it would like a kiosk, is that considered gaming equipment? The teller workstation that they use in order to process tickets, is that gaming equipment? So those are the types of determinations where we sometimes get stuck. And then the question is, is there a state specific GLI letter that's required, or is it just something that says that this equipment and or the hard or the software complies with certain sections of GLI? Those are usually the areas where we tend to get stuck and take some time to work out.
So Karen, on the latter point, and then commissioners, I'll turn to you. That sounds like a Katrina question. I'm not sure if Katrina is able to be here today, but is that something that we could be moving ahead on these certification as to state-specific needs?
Well, so the commission prior to this already indicated that they were looking as a general framework that the staff should be looking at the GLI standards. So from that perspective, the commission is already moving forward on that. So then the next step is, and we're meeting internally tomorrow, the question of, is it through regulation that they have the GLI standards? And then are there any additional requirements that the commission wants above and beyond that? North mentioned the reciprocity on the GLI letter. Normally, my understanding, what happens is that the independent test lab would test to the particular state standard. So if you adopt the GLI standards and you require 3 other things, they'll test that you did the GLI standards and those 3 other things. I think the ask is, if there either are no additional Massachusetts requirements or the commission is comfortable going forward without the certification of the additional Massachusetts requirements, could they get up and running with that ahead of time? So those are the kind of questions. So I think that the commission moving forward, either through a regulatory or whatever process the commission deems appropriate for establishing what those standards are, will help move forward the certification process.
Commissioners, I'm going to just continue with my question, and I'll turn to you. It seems to me that it would be really helpful for our experts, internal experts, to come to us with recommendations and perhaps options as to those additional requirements, and so that we could move on it. In terms of the process, I understand that that's a question too, and there's all kinds of factors that come into that evaluation, but maybe the next step will be to hear as you did with the GLI standard, come to us and say, we've identified these additional needs. Commissioners, I turn to you now. What do you have on, this is an important piece of work for all of the licensees in Raynham and Suffolk in terms of being able to move forward on equipment and technology, and I assume purchasing. Any questions or questions for our team? Commissioner O'Brien.
So North, I hate to do this to you again, but do you know in your jurisdictions how many have state-specific GLI standards on top of sort of the base GLI standards?
I do not, but many other states have allowed us to launch based on GLI certifications from other jurisdictions on a temporary basis, while the state-specific letter is gathered. We do have a corporate compliance team, which is really well versed in all of these matters, and without getting into a lot of the specifics, in which I would probably be very greatly out of my depth, I think I will defer to them for more complete answers if you have questions.
Okay, that would be great. Thanks.
I think I may use that line, North. That was very, very well placed line. I appreciate that. Commissioners, other questions on this topic? So it sounds like this area is really on us to to be thoughtful. And it sounds like we have some policy questions to decide. Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Skinner, anything you have to ask Commissioner Skinner? I know you're interested in the technology side of things. Anything at this particular point in time?
No, not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hill, all set. All right, then we'll move on to really, it's my favorite bullet. Maybe that's why it made the agenda frequently. How can we help you? Where, in your experience, can regulators present challenges? You know, we like to be cooperative and collaborative with our licensees, but you also know we're rigorous regulators, and all of my fellow commissioners, as I stated at the beginning, made it clear that, you know, integrity, the experience, the safe experience of the patrons is going to be paramount. So at this point under operations, is there something that you'd like to give us a heads up on? And we even if we don't agree with you, it'll be okay. I shouldn't have prefaced it as being my favorite bullet. Jackie, any thoughts on this in terms of your experience that you could predict where there just might be not only timetable issues, but operational implementation issues if we went in a particular direction? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Well, the GLI is probably the biggest one from a time perspective. If there is reciprocity with other states, and what we've seen is, as North said, in other jurisdictions where they've rolled this out, they have accepted, there's been reciprocity, and then with a set time frame, say 90 days or whatever, to get state specific certification on top of that. Obviously, one of the operational issues is our ability to contract with the various vendors and go through the licensing process. I know that your staff has been working diligently to address that, and there's already a framework for that. So if we could get a greater understanding on that in terms of what employees and vendors would need to do to get going.
Very helpful. Right, Karen? Karen, you have your audio off. Do you have some thoughts?
No, yeah, so I think that is why, you know, internally we identified some of the priorities for determinations on what needs to be in regs and what could be in some kind of other rulemaking. It's the initial license application, it's the vendor licensing, and then the employee licensing, because operationally, if we can do that on the front end, we prioritize those and move those forward, that's going to help the timeline down the road. So there's lots of things, obviously, that we need to get done, but we're looking at what's going to be the backup, not just now, but down the road. And given that the licensees have to basically have a timeline, they need to know when to hire, they have to identify how long it's going to take to do licensing, and then their start date. So they've got to back it all out. And then with the vendors, presumably my recommendation is going to be there be some kind of similar licensing process for vendors that we have for our operations on the gaming side. So to do that, we have the infrastructure in place. So to get that going and at least have the application forms ready to go and have a process for temporary licensure for those vendors is going to impact the timeline.
Very helpful. Commissioners, anything on this? Commissioner Skinner.
Madam Chair, I just have a practical question. In terms of the technical standards, how does reciprocity work?
I can address that. So I think, you know, for instance, if the commission would consider accepting a GLI certification that was prepared for Mississippi, for instance. So that would be the initial thing that we submit, is that certification letter. And then if there are additional standards, perhaps you say to us, we'll accept Mississippi, and then within 90 days, you've got to get a certification letter that addresses all of any additional standards that Massachusetts may have. Sorry.
Right ahead, Commissioner Skinner.
And then, so just in terms of the Mississippi equipment and technology, how does that tie into Massachusetts?
So it would be essentially the same equipment that we would use. It would be identical, the equipment that we use in Mississippi, for instance, as in Massachusetts. So you would have presumably a level of comfort that if GLI was able to certify that equipment, that it would, at least from a baseline, be acceptable here.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to make any assumptions, so appreciate that.
Very, very helpful question. Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner O'Brien. All set right now?
Madam Chair, if I could jump in, parlay off of what Jackie was saying, and that's where we would out in the field, even at the racing facilities, be able to check that GLI standard with the approved version that's replicated on that kiosk. So the physical inspections, just because there's a GLI cert, we would have to verify that that is what's in that kiosk, for example.
So all aligns.
That's correct.
Karen? Thank you, Bert. Very helpful. Karen, are you leaning in?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, really, really helpful discussion. So now, another big topic is our licensing procedures. Karen, this is an area that you and Loretta really have the full experience on, and I know you've had conversations with the licensees on this. Right now, I think by statute, there's an express language relating to the operator's license and the occupational license, but that there is room for other licensing, and I think your conversations revealed everybody was interested in the vendor licensing. So in terms of going forward, do we speak about all three at once, or should we distinguish them, Karen?
I think distinguishing, it's interesting because we're just talking about today our current licensees. So that would be category 1 and category 2. And I think we were just talking about retail right now. So yeah, for the operator license, I think one thing that's important to note is these are not entities that we are completely unfamiliar with and don't have the history. For the casino licensees, they went through the rigorous background check for their licenses through the Gaming Act, and then to a lesser extent that we have some knowledge of the simulcast licensees because we deal with them on a regular basis. Plus, folks connected with those entities had also either applied or been connected with an application for the casino licensees, so they've done background checks. So then what the commission may want to consider is what do you want for information for that operator license, and if the licensees have any feedback on that operator license, this might be a time they could present that. But I think the process and the criteria for the final license, the staff will put together some recommendations that the commission can consider. But given the structure of the legislation, it is relatively straightforward.
So let's go right to vendor licensing for right now, then. Does that make sense, Karen?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say, because occupational licensing is the next one. The one thing that can be helpful is the jobs compendium. So we have the license management system. So I'm trying to think, what can we do to speed things up? Because we remember from licensing the employees for the casinos that the speed in which we do that greatly helps their ability to open. So if you look at the legislation, there is some determination about who needs to be licensed based on supervision. So if we can get the jobs compendium, so we get what the casinos are expecting and the simulcast facility are expecting for retail hiring and the job descriptions, we can then present to the commission what the recommendation is for what levels of license, what level would require licensure, and then we can add those jobs into the LMS system, and then we'll be ready to go. We already have a structure for licensing, temporary licensing employees. So we can just fold that into our existing structure. My expectation is we would use the same format for the levels, and we just put the levels into our GEL and key standard and key executive license applications.
And Karen, you've noted that it's at the supervisory level and above.
Right.
Loretta, do you want to add in before we start to ask our questions?
Just that our licensing division has a communication to each of the potential retail operators here that we can send today, delineating exactly what we're looking for with the job descriptions for the compendium. So we can send that today, and we've already had, and we already have gained an understanding of the potential volume and scope in discussions, but we can get this more formal process rolling today to get the documentation from each of them.
So what I'm hearing is that this particular process doesn't necessarily have to be stood up by regulations in place. Perhaps we memorialize regulations down the road in some way, or guidance.
I think before we identify the applications for the different positions, we will need to hear from the commission. But right now we can start with receiving the job descriptions, thinking about identifying job codes, and finalizing a compendium.
And then come back to us on it. Commissioners, questions for licensees or Karen and Loretta on the occupational licensing? I do want to hear from our licensees. Oh, there we go. Commissioner Hill, thank you for the hand.
Yeah, just a very quick question. What is the volume of employees that we're actually talking about? Because I don't think it's gonna, I thought at the beginning it might be an extreme amount, but now that I'm learning a little more about what employees would be doing what and management and things like that, I'm not sure it's as many as I thought. So do we have a round number?
Before we'd ask like a percentage of local, now we're asking for real numbers. Are you able to project that, Jackie?
Sure. So we're looking at an additional 75 employees, more or less. I think the good news is, from a licensing perspective, a lot of the jobs that we'll be hiring for are already like food and beverage. We already know what level of licensing that requires. So cashiers, we know what level of licensing that requires. So we already have a current job available for that. And I think you're going to see, Loretta, I hope this is helpful, but relatively few new job descriptions for vetting.
Can you give me an example, Jackie, of what a new one would be?
Sure. So we would need, the biggest one would be like the director of our sports betting operations. But most of them, I'm just going through, cashiers. We're going to use cashiers at both cages. So we're not going to create a new job position for that. Food and beverage employees, same thing, surveillance, security, win rewards. We're going to hire some more people, and we might change that definition a little, change that job description just a little to include some new responsibilities for sports betting, but that's really it.
Yeah. Can I hear from the other licensees what you may envision for additional positions?
We'll go to North. Thanks.
So similar to Jackie, we would have somebody who would lead that department, reporting up through one of the members of the executive team. We would have supervisory team members, and then we would have tellers or ticket writers. So those would be kind of the positions that we're looking at. Obviously, we would expect there'll probably be additional people that get hired that are not directly involved in sports wagering, but are supporting the activities that surround it.
Do you know how many that might be?
I think all in all, we're probably looking at a low double-digit number, not knowing precisely.
Yep.
Is low 10 or is low 20?
I think it's probably in the neighborhood of, probably all in all, everything together, 20 to 50.
Thank you. And Gus?
Thank you, Chair. until the regulations become final and we kind of understand, what roles various team members may have to play, I think it'd be really tough for us to hazard a guess. As North and Jackie have said, in addition to the direct employees that will be operating the sports book, we suspect that we likely will need to hire additional staff for surveillance, security, and the like. So I would hazard not want to throw a number out there, and it would be an uninformed number. So I would rather not do that right now, Chair.
That's fair. Thank you. How about you, Steve? I know you talked about the commitment of the Carney family, and we acknowledge those comments. Do you have I'm trying to remember the number that you have currently. You did reference your current base.
Yeah, I think currently.
You didn't say the
I think
number.
I hadn't before. I think currently there are about 75 employees that are based in the existing simulcast facility. Obviously, that would be, certainly a floor and considerably increased. I think, there are a certain number of simulcast betting window tellers that would still be, brought over to the new facility, as well as adding additional teller windows that I think would be dedicated to the sports wagering operations. So, I'm, again, very, very, vague, in terms of commitment, but I think that guessing probably, given also that there would probably be an additional shift, depending on, again, what kind of agreement we come to with our operating partner and what they tell us makes sense in terms of operations, we would probably approximately double the existing staff. I would think at least double it. With primarily similar positions to what we have in terms of job descriptions, together with the added jobs that, I would say, again, we're going to learn what they are from our operating partners, because, those would be the ones that would be specific to the sports wagering operation that, again, we're not well versed in at this point in time.
Thank you. And Mr. Tuttle, you're off on video. I'm not sure if you're there, but all right. There he is.
If you could just, I was multitasking here, so if you could repeat the question, that would be great.
That's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. We were just talking. There was a question from Commissioner Hill about the actual number of employees that will come with in-person betting. And I don't know your exact number. I think Mr. Eichel made an important point from their perspective that there'll be additional shifts and expansion of hours. Not sure if you want to comment on your current employee base and then what might be added given this opportunity.
Yeah, we between our own full-time employees, staffers, and the union members who work directly for Suffolk Downs, and all of our on-site vendors as well. We still generate nearly 100 jobs annually in the simulcast facility. We've provided that breakdown to the commission in the past as part of annual reporting. We're hopeful that we'll be able to almost double that in a new state-of-the-art retail sports betting and simulcast location that would be anywhere from 20 to 30,000 square feet. So that's our tentative plan, and given the current job numbers, if we're able to, I can't guarantee obviously that we'll be able to get double that, but if we're able to increase our employment role from anywhere from 50 to 100%, we'd be very excited about that.
So just to follow up, so Loretta, if I'm hearing this correctly, this won't be as hard, or I don't want to say hard. I thought at the beginning of this process that this would be very hard for the staff to be able to get it all up and running and get them all licensed in a timely fashion. But I'm feeling more comfortable that is not the case, that we are going to be able to do this pretty easily and quickly. Is that an accurate statement?
We certainly have a plan for that. These numbers have been shared with us, so these numbers are not a surprise to me. We have a plan for that, includes a hiring plan. I do want to point out, though, that those are not insignificant numbers for us, and are, we have renewals for 2 of the locations that are in the foreseeable future for us, but our plan accounts for the ongoing renewals for the 2 locations, as well as this number that we're talking about now.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions on this topic? Occupational licenses. All right, then we'll move on to the vendor licensing. How can we help drill down on this topic? Jackie, any way that we can?
No, thank you to all the staff. I believe we've turned in our list. I think we have of all of our proposed vendors, at least on the retail side. And I know that as soon as it's ready, we'll make sure they get their applications submitted in a timely manner. The big ones obviously are the vendors who have the gaming aspect, because I understand that those obviously require a more thorough review. So those are the ones we're really focused on.
Karen?
Yeah, I think that, our threshold question is commission, what does the commission want to do with respect to vendors, since that's not in the legislation? So we certainly have a recommendation for the commission, which I've already indicated. And I think that the utilization of temporary licensure is going to be very important, so that my recommendation is the commission adopt that. We do have a whole process for gaming vendors on the casino side. So for gaming vendors on the sports wagering side, if we match that, that's going to make it easier for us, because we already have that infrastructure in place and staff is already familiar with how to do the background check, evaluate the application for completeness, etc. So we have a system that we use. We'd be recommending that we fold it into the system, but we need confirmation of that from the commission. So that's one of the first things we'd like to address with the commission is how the commission wants to address vendor licensing. So I'm available for any questions on that right now, since we're in an open public meeting, but we can certainly put that on in the next item.
Yeah. This is very helpful to do it openly. Loretta, you've got your audio off before I turn to my fellow commissioners, because I know that scoping is an important piece of this work.
I do, Chair, and scoping and organizational complexity made it onto the agenda. I'm really not sure that I have questions for this group of potential operators now. We are working with the vendor list that they have provided and starting to gain an understanding of some of the scoping implications. But I am interested in hearing from this group on the potential exemption list. Our existing regulations on the gaming side does look based on a risk analysis and does provide a list of potential exemptions. And am interested in hearing whether these folks have thought about that, have seen that in other jurisdictions, and would be prepared to comment on exemptions in the promulgation process on the sports betting side.
Anyone want to address that? Jackie or North or Gus? There you go, Jackie. It's okay.
Did I hit it first? So I feel like I'm on Jeopardy.
We pretend we're in a room, right? It's hard, but we really appreciate everyone's just jumping in. Thank you.
Sure. On the exemptions, if the same level of exemptions applied, that would be great. If that list could be expanded, that would be even better. But that's how we've been at least addressing this while operating internally.
Are there any exemptions in particular that you're thinking of that would be on the expansion list?
You know, the only things that we could think of offhand, and it's a lot of it, what we're dealing with now is there's certain retail products and stuff like that, which don't pose a huge threat. Like, so for instance, and I'm going to use Commissioner Skinner is very aware of this, but, you know, if we buy shoes from Louboutin, we would apply for an exemption on those things. So if it could be expanded to cover vendors that pose very, very little risk, that would be something, and we can certainly give that more thought.
Madam Chair, the other thing that the commission may want to consider is, does the commission itself want to grant the exemptions, or does the commission want to allow the IEB to grant exemptions for specific requests? That's up to the commission. One area historically that's used for exemptions, if it's under a certain monetary threshold, and I'm talking about what we use now as non-gaming vendors. I think the recommendation for staff that gaming vendors would require some kind of licensure, but for non-gaming vendors, so not gaming equipment, anything else, a common exemption is to have a monetary threshold. So if the operator spends, you know, less than 10,000, those vendors do not need to be licensed. You could up that amount and do a risk analysis. At what point where would the commission want some kind of licensure or registration requirement for a vendor if there was a certain amount? And then what kind of discretion do you want either the directly IB to have, or do you want those coming before the commission, similar to what we do with employee exemptions, where every one of those comes before the commission, they allow it, and then that category is set. So that would be your call on how you'd like to handle those.
So
Commissioner
just,
O'Brien.
yeah, we can circle back to this too after the lunch break. We have marketing guidelines and advertising is one of the items. But one of the last online trainings that I went to, they were talking about the use of third-party marketing to get people in, particularly in the online setting. I know we're primarily focusing on the brick and mortar and the kiosks today, but something that I was interested in is the payment setups for some of those vendors, in terms of some of them may potentially get percentage of profits, maybe a flat fee based on client who signs up and is retained for a certain period of time on the apps. So I'd be curious to know what the licensees here use, what they may anticipate those remuneration agreements to be, because to me, that goes into sort of the non-gaming vendor. You're talking about dispensations and you're talking about exemptions. And to me, it rolls into the marketing guidelines, so we can talk about it there as well. But in terms of licensing and non-gaming vendors, that's an area I'm concerned about.
I think that's a really important point, Commissioner. What you're saying is that while it's in the responsible gaming space, you've learned that these are vendors, and how are we going to regulate those vendors, and what are we going to expect?
Right, because it's a different category than Louis Vuitton.
Marketing, advertising, and also just deployment of responsible gaming features. Okay, excellent point. And can be reiterated in the next discussion too. Commissioners, any thoughts on the vendor licensing? You know, we are pretty familiar with the licensing process. It's just that in this case, go right ahead, Commissioner Skinner, your expertise. Yeah.
I'll just offer comments relative to exempting non-gaming vendors. At least in the gaming world, aside from sports wagering, that is a responsibility that has been delegated historically to the director of licensing. In other words, it has not come before those issues and requests for exemption have not come before the commission for determination. That's not to say that we can't change that at this point, but just making a note. So for instance, the example that Jackie used relative to shoes or watches, those exemptions were granted by the chief of the licensing division. So just offering that little bit of insight from internal operations.
Yeah,
Can I ask a follow-up on that, Nikisha, in terms of, were there internal policy guidelines that drove that decision-making process, or was that entirely vested within the authority of the chief of the licensing division?
And let me make a correction. It was not entirely vested with the chief of the licensing division. There was collaboration and discussion with IEB. And so there was a policy determination that needed to be made in order to grant such exemption. But generally, the process very much lied within IEB.
And so I guess my question is that we have so the statutory exemptions where we as a commission vote on in terms of, the service employee exemptions, and then we have a list of criterion, are they on the gaming floor? Are they on access? Do they, was there anything similar to that internally in terms of vendors, or?
If I can jump in, because we do deal with this. It's not routine. We don't have a lot of exemptions, but there is a regulatory provision with a list of potential exempted categories. Often it's a straightforward analysis, like there is the threshold dollar amount that Karen mentioned. So, that's a calculation, and if it meets it, it meets it. A number of the other categories are things like if the vendor is regulated by another area. So for instance, attorneys, utilities, things like that. I think there's an exemption for professional entertainers, like if they were to bring in a entertainment group, that whole group doesn't have to go through licensing. And the one area that gets some analysis is it would not further the public interest. It's a public interest exemption. And we've utilized that for certain things like, in the back of the house, or, the Microsoft photocopying, that sort of thing. So
can I ask a legal question here? I understand the point generally. Todd, does the statute under 23K imagine a delegation, that authority that I don't think we see that in this 23N. That doesn't mean that there aren't ways that we can have work accomplished without a delegation authority. I'm just wondering if there is something different in the statute that we don't happen to have with that. I'm asking Todd, General Counsel, but you've got your Karen.
Sorry,
Todd
looks frozen to me, actually, but no, it's not.
He's moving. He's in the office too, around the corner. I can shout. Yeah. Maybe he's not hearing us, Karen.
I'm not sure. I can.
Well, maybe you can get.
I think you can repeat that.
I'm sorry, were you looking for me?
Maybe Loretta can answer it.
Chair,
Yes.
I know the term delegation has been used. This is not an authority that was vested by the statute in the commission that the commission then delegated. I think the statute may have authorized exemptions, but the authority is originally given, to my recollection, but we will check, in the regulation.
I think you're right, and I did not mean to confuse things by using that terminology. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
I was making the point really to Commissioner O'Brien's reference to advertising companies and the like. I think marketing and advertising, Loretta, correct me if I'm wrong, is a specific category of exemption under the regulations.
So that's important in light of Commissioner O'Brien's question. That's really what why I just decided to ask that, because that's a really important question. I see North raising his hand.
I was just going to say, we're comfortable with the exemptions that are listed in 205 CMR 134.04.6. So we would assume that those same exemptions apply within this area as well.
And so I think, just as if I'm hearing Commissioner Skinner correctly and hearing Commissioner O'Brien correctly, at least with respect to marketing, where right now that's a topic of, critical sort of discourse across the country, that might be an area where we would think there might be further guidance on vendor exemption, is what I'm just hearing Commissioner O'Brien.
I mean, because we have not had online gaming in the Commonwealth. And so to me, marketing going into that space is a new conversation.
But I hear North's comment too, that he likes the list as is. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, anything you want to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Anything else on this? This is a good, Commissioner Skinner, we appreciate your having the expertise on that topic, and it will help us going forward. We don't want to create stickiness unnecessarily. So
If I can add, Chair, I'm not suggesting at all that we should not take a look at, the environment for sports wagering as it relates to our marketing exemptions or an exemption for marketing and advertising services. I think given sort of the landscape of what we've seen in the past relative to advertising for sports wagering, it is very much worth taking a look at.
and thank you, and Commissioner Skinner, you might even want to look at the entire list and see if there's anything else, given your experience, that in the new landscape also might be of interest. Really helpful. And of course, Jackie did raise this is a topic that's of great concern for the licensees, because they want to get going with their marketing plans. So Karen, again, that's an area of regulation where we might want to try to work on prioritizing as well. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Maynard, any thoughts on that?
Well, this is something that I've been concerned about for many, many months, even before the legislation was passed. And I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation from this point on. So I'll look forward to those conversations in greater detail.
Right.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to hold my comments on that till we get to section 4.
Yeah, and I was going to say we are complaining a little bit, because this was an interesting, Commissioner O'Brien picked up that the vendor could include these third-party marketers. So I appreciate that. Commissioner O'Brien?
No, I think when I first brought this up to, I don't know if it was Karen or the chair, but the only thing I can sort of conceptually liken it to is sort of the junket conversations that, we had, the junket regs that we had. That's what it reminded me of, is that kind of relationship, which is above and beyond a typical vendor relationship. But I will stop now so we can move on to
Very
lunch
helpful.
and the rest of the agenda.
Yeah, in fact, we're doing just fine on time, so we don't want to shortchange anyone, including you, Commissioner O'Brien. But the point was very good point to bring up in the context of vendors. Again, the fourth bullet, the last bullet, yes, it is the fourth. In terms of licensing procedures, if you haven't already stated where you could see a regulator like us having, I guess it would be challenges that you've seen where maybe a regulator didn't address something and then there was a problem that arose in this area, or where we could be creating unnecessary friction, stickiness. Again, always reserving our right to disagree. Any thoughts on that? Or anything where you saw jurisdictions backing up on something in this particular area? Well, okay. All right, before we break for lunch, I guess that I would just ask my fellow commissioners, we've heard from presentations from each. You may have made some notes that you want to now follow up on that hasn't that we haven't addressed so far? And, or anything else that you'd like to address given our earlier conversations now that we've heard more? And Karen?
I have nothing further. I think we're good.
Okay, Loretta, you have your audio off. Anything you wish to add?
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hill.
Oh, this has been great information, Madam Chair, and through you to the licensees. Great information. I hope it's been helpful for you as much as it has been for us so far. And I'm looking forward to the next couple of subjects after lunch.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no one else. Oh, I see there, Ms. Eichel. Thank you so much. I
Right.
appreciate it.
Never an enviable position to be standing between a dozen people and lunch, but my one question is, we did have a number of questions about the interpretation of the statute with respect to the various licensing fees. And I don't know what is the appropriate point in the agenda to address those, whether it was this licensing procedures or perhaps at the end when we talk about licensee milestones. But I just wanted to ask kind of when, if at all, it's appropriate to discuss those at this meeting.
It is, and my apologies. I know we haven't taken a break, and so it may be hard for everybody to digest.
I'm happy to do it after the break. I just,
Maybe if you have your questions kind of in front of you, or is it more, or because it could be something for us to reflect upon during lunch. Maybe that's helpful.
yeah, I'm happy to quickly list them, and then
That would be good.
if you want to think about them while you're enjoying your lunch. So very quickly, one question is I think I know the answer to it, but just to confirm, because it was a little unclear at one point, the notice of intent is only to be filed by pure category 3 licensee applicants, correct? Not by the category 1 and 2.
We have also included the category 1 and category 2 just for clarification. It also gives up contact information, a little bit more information. So we'd appreciate that as well.
Okay, so you do want us to complete?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. With respect to the $5 million license fee that's payable upon granting of a license, we've had several operators talking with us question whether they think that for a category 2 licensee, and I suppose for a category 1 licensee, it would be the same question, whether or not there is a single $5 million license for both the retail and the mobile, let's just say in the category 2 context, or whether it is a separate $5 million fee for each of the retail and the mobile. So just curious as to the commissioner's views as to how the statute is to be read on that. Third question, there also is a fee that I see of $1 million that goes to the, I think the Public Trust Health Fund that appears to only apply to Suffolk Downs and Raynham, I believe, and the category 3, pure category 3 licensees that is supposed to be allocated somehow by the commission. And just curious as to the commission's thoughts as to how they contemplate that fee would be allocated. And I take it's a single $1 million fee that's allocated among the licensees as opposed to $1 million each. But that's another question. We did have the question that I previously posed about whether or not there is an issue with having a separate outside operator, third-party operator that we would partner with for each of retail and mobile, or if there's any kind of either requirement or preference for it to be the same operator for both. And then last but not least, with respect to the requirement of a $7.5 million investment to be made by the category 2 licensees, we just wanted to confirm what your views are as to when the, if you will, the clock starts running with respect to what counts as an investment, because we've already been, as I believe some others, well, I guess it doesn't apply to the category 1 licensees, but we've already made a significant investment toward the $24 million in the new facility, and our view was, well, we're going to easily surpass the 7.5 million. If there were a rule, for example, that said, well, you don't start counting the investment until the license is granted, we tell everybody to stop, take the shovels out of the ground right now and wait, so that's obviously very important. So that's it.
So these are really, I think these are really helpful for us to have over the next half hour lunch break.
Sure.
Karen, I think that there may be some that we can get back directly or give some direction on, and then there may be a couple that our team will have to chew on with a little bit more care.
Totally
Very
understood.
good questions, correct? Karen, is there any follow-up that you want from Mr. Reich?
No, I think that with any kind of question, we want to be careful before giving a public answer or opining. So some of these we may just circle back and.
I completely understand, and I just wanted to sort of get them on the table because I will say that they, to some extent, these are gating issues with some of our operators that they're kind of waiting to find out what the answer is before they decide whether or not they're interested in a particular approach or not.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Thank you so much.
And ultimately, they will become public. I think what Karen's saying, we wouldn't want to say anything that's not complete, but we may be able to give some direction on some of these. So thank you for listing them. And I had noted the other question, but we just hadn't gotten to it, the one that you framed at the beginning. Anything else before we break for lunch?
Nothing other than bon appetit.
I appreciate that. All right, then, if it works for everyone, it's 12:06 now. So is a half an hour good, or do we need a little bit more time?
I think that's good.
More time, Commissioner O'Brien, you get to name the time. How much?
So we're almost 12:10. So do 12:40.
Yeah, so a half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you're good with that, because I know we're running this. Okay.
No, I planned accordingly today. I was able to.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. All right, then we'll convene at 12:40. And there'll be just a notice right now that we'll put up as informing the public that we're just on a break. Thank you so much, everyone. It was very, very helpful. Appreciate it.
Lisa, I see you sitting there and we didn't get to say hello to you this morning, so hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm just getting back from our property in Colorado.
Oh, very nice.
Yes, which was very nice, hence I'm kind of congested.
My bucket list, those on the commission and my staff know that I love rock and roll. And one of my bucket lists is to get out to Red Rocks to see a show.
All right, so I totally did that.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Unbelievably awesome. And I will definitely go back and do that again. I went, there happened to be, they're doing their summer concert series.
Yep.
So they had reggae concert Saturday when I was there, and yeah, it was blessed. I totally recommend it. And where I was sitting was 6,440 feet.
Oh,
That's where I sat for the concert. I was just like, oh my God, I'm afraid of heights too. So it was, I made it up there and I was fine. So that's the good thing about it.
Pack a lunch when you go, because it is a hike to get in and out of there. And then once you get to the theater, you got to hike up to your seat.
well, as you know, I'm grossly overweight, so maybe that will give me a good workout.
I don't know that. I don't
There are
know that.
landing areas though. There are break areas. You can hold on and take a breath.
So I was told that in the daytime in that area, it's quite hot, but as soon as the sun goes down, it gets quite cold out there at the Red Rocks.
We had major wind come in during the reggae concert, and I literally thought I was going to get blown off the top.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was pretty. I figured, oh well, they're allowing us to stay. It must be safe.
Well, my claim to fame is I've been hanging off the Red Rocks themselves. I did an all-day or a 3-day climbing workshop on Red Rocks a few years ago. It was a lot of fun. It was beautiful climbing there.
They tell me it's just magnificent to go see a concert and all that stuff.
Oh, it's beautiful. The sound is just amazing.
So next summer, I actually, and I shouldn't say this, we're not public yet, or are we?
We're kind of that way.
My daughter is in a relationship with a Coloradian. Is that what you say? And so I'm sure at some point I'm going to be going out to Colorado, and that will be one of my stops.
Absolutely.
So Dave, I think that we can take down the screen, but I echo. It's a beautiful spot. That's a beautiful, beautiful spot. All right.
All set.
Thanks, Dave.
Jordan, it always comes back to rock and roll, just so you know.
The heart of rock and roll is still
Brad, is that hand in front of you on purpose?
I don't see a hand up.
Oh.
I think it's a glitch.
Mine. It moved onto your face. I got it. Thank you.
Most people try and cover my face whenever possible. I understand.
I wasn't comfortable with that. All right. So we're getting closer to everybody being here. We got Karen now. And Gus is not quite back, but I see Daniel is there. So there's Gus now.
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And do we have Mr. Eisel and then Mr. Tuttle? I don't see him right now. I think, well, let me just see if he's on the next page. There he is. Hi, Chip. There we go. Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll get started. Again, this is a reconvening of a meeting, public meeting number 389 of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're enjoying a roundtable discussion, but we are doing so from a virtual platform, so I'll do a roll call of my fellow commissioners. Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Skinner.
I'm here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're all set then to proceed. Again, we thank everybody for your cooperation and your frankness, and hope that we'll have a similar conversation going forward now that we've had a little bit of lunch. In terms of the questions that were presented, Karen, I think maybe we can hold for section 5 to the extent that there is any guidance that will be given or direction we can be given on, as you pointed out, Mr. Archul, in terms of the licensing milestones. I think right now, if we could turn to item 4 for responsible gaming and advertising, we shifted a little bit in that direction. We've been thinking a lot about this issue well before sports wagering really came to us in any kind of a bill form. Commissioner Hill, as he alluded to earlier, it's been a priority for him early on. Really, we were experiencing it during the NFL season. So I think through Karen's conversations with you folks, you identified a few particular areas in the responsible gaming from your perspective. Again, we'll have this, the experts and the stakeholders in this area convene in a different roundtable. So we set out 3 areas: voluntary self-exclusion, promo play, and the advertising marketing guidelines. So perhaps we should, and just to know, our colleague Mark Vanderlyn is on vacation this week. So if we have any particulars, we'll be able to swing back. He is our Director of Research and Responsible Gaming. So we'll swing back to him as needed. So in terms of voluntary self-exclusion, there's some guidance in the statute. Are there specific questions or guidance you're looking to from us? Jackie, I see your brain churning.
I think the only thing we were wondering about is whether that would be a combined list or whether it would be separate lists. Obviously,
can you just explain what you mean by that?
Sure.
I think I know, but I want to make sure we know.
Sure. So obviously there are people who are on the voluntary self-exclusion list right now and have signed forms asking to be excluded from the gaming facilities, and whether that would apply, or whether that exclusion list would automatically apply to sports wagering as well, and whether that's something that they've elected to exclude from as well. And from our perspective, doesn't matter. We just like to understand it procedurally.
Right, and that's important for this category because there are restrictions on ensuring that you don't in any way market to those who are included on whatever we decide is that list.
Right.
So, Karen, I think there is probably some ambiguity as to whether that list is a combination. Do we have any thoughts on that?
From our end, I mean, I think that we could probably do it either way, and it's probably more of a policy decision. That's where I've had discussions with Director Vanderlinden. So I think this is something we should probably put on an agenda for a commission meeting for a discussion. And when Mark is available, he can run through, and there are pluses and minuses to each side from the problem gambler perspective and protecting that problem gambler. So he can outline those for you in further detail.
Commissioners, questions for Karen?
No questions for Karen, but I would like to hear from the other licensees if they have an opinion on it.
Yeah, again, I also would, I know that there is a national conversation going on this exact issue, but I wondered what your experience is with other jurisdictions. That would be really helpful. North, it looks like you're leaning in.
Yeah, so our policy at Penn National is exclude one, exclude all. So patrons who exclude from one of our properties are excluded at all properties. and patrons who exclude from any form of gaming are excluded from all forms of gaming.
Okay, and that's across all your properties.
The exclude one, exclude all, yes. And then I believe for the all forms of gaming as well.
North, can I do a follow-up? Is that sometimes more restrictive than even what the jurisdiction requires?
Yes, it is. There are instances in which a jurisdiction may only require a self-exclusion list to apply to that individual jurisdiction. However, we honor it across jurisdictions.
Can I ask a quick question, North?
Yeah.
Have you seen in your experience that once excluded, all excluded, that they try and get off the list because they may want to be able to do one form of gaming and not another? You know what I'm asking?
So I think when we get into the exclusions piece, the one thing there are many different forms of exclusion that exist within each multiple jurisdictions. The ones that we're primarily concerned with and talking about here are responsible gaming exclusions. So a person who is either registered with a state-sponsored program or told us that they are, do want to be excluded. So in those instances, we honor that exclusion across all of our properties.
Gus, do you want to add in on this, on the VSE and your experience across the MGM properties?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was going to say, thank you, Chair. Specifically with what MGM, the enterprise does, I would defer to my colleague Dan to answer that question more directly. But coincidentally, Mark Vanderlinden was on property last week, and then I did speak with him a little bit about the voluntary or the exclusion list, and we did voice to Mark that it would be MGM Springfield's. I don't know whether a preference, I guess it would be the better word, preference that we have one list. I think two lists would be a cumbersome to maintain operationally. And also, our thought was that if you have a problem gambling in one medium, why should you then be allowed to gamble in another? So from a policy perspective, it makes sense for us to have just one list, but obviously we defer to you, the commissioners, and Chair you on that specific issue. But I'll defer to Dan to speak to about MGM, the enterprise's exclusion policy.
thank you, Gus. And yes, we apply a similar program that North was talking about. It's not as stringent by sounds of things as PENS. We have an internal program called a self-limit program in our other jurisdictions, which can either be because someone has entered onto the voluntary self-exclusion list in Massachusetts, they are therefore self-limited at our other facilities. They could still come and visit our non-gaming amenities at other facilities. But generally speaking, that's where we restrict them throughout.
Questions for our licensees on this topic, commissioners? Daniel, can I just ask a clarifying question? I want to make sure I heard correctly. If there's somebody who is self-excluded, let's say for 1 year here in Massachusetts, if they go to Las Vegas for an MGM property, they cannot gamble, they can visit. And with that, I'm sorry,
carry on. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Just wondered, does that extend to all forms of gaming?
So they could game as a cash playing member only, but we don't allow them to use their points, use any of their rewards. We don't incentivize them. We try to take away the idea of incentivizing the gaming.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm sorry, it was a little bit hard to hear. Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Did everybody get that clearly, the policy? Okay. All right. Karen, and do you have any further questions on the VSE? This is all probably consistent with what we've been hearing, right?
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. More complicated issue, promo play. And, oh, I should turn to the, Mr. Tuttle and Mr. Eichel. Forgive me, but I don't know the answer to this question. If there's any, and Dr. Lightbound, I think may be out. Commissioners, Karen, we don't have voluntary self-exclusion for simulcast or first.
We maintain a voluntary self-exclusion list and have for several years, yes.
So you do that through on your own.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And is it for a particular time frame, or do you have the same options that are exercised for the casinos?
For a particular time frame, I mean, once you're on it, you're on it. And we have security checks. We have it posted and have security checks and yeah. I would have to get back to you on the process for getting off it. I think in our history, once you're voluntarily self-excluded, that's it. You're self-excluded. Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. And Mr. Ash, do you have anything similar at Mr. Carney's?
Yep. There, to my knowledge, there is no formal program thus far, although the Simulcast Center is in the process actually of having initial meetings with GameSense, and we're, I believe, starting to put up the signage and begin the program. But literally, we're just in the initial stages of this. I think even before, not even in the context of the upcoming sports wagering, if I'm correct about that.
And that would include GameSense and then the issue around
voluntary self-exclusion.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. Yes. So we're fully, I guess the answer would be we're fully prepared to, and enter that program in full force, going forward with respect to the sports wagering as well as the simulcasting.
Thank you. Questions then? I want to make sure that we had our simulcast representatives speak on this. Okay, then we'll go to promo play. Who wants to give all of us, there is a definition in the statute or the act. Who wants to just explain to all of us in the public what promo play is to a licensee? Don't quickly raise your hands, but you're all sitting at the front seat, so I get to choose. I'll go with Jackie Crone, because she has Elvis behind her.
So promotional play, I think this has been, it is a topic that's been very widely debated, and frankly, every jurisdiction has treated it slightly differently. We look forward to seeing what the regulations are, obviously, about it, and participating in that discussion. But it is something.
What it means for as a casino, what promo play actually is practically, just so we all know that we're speaking about the same thing. An example.
I'm going to defer to someone else, one of the other operators, to if I may.
North just turned off. He's
okay.
So what the final bill defines it as is a sports wagering credit or other item issued by an operator to a patron to enable the placement of a sports wager. So, practically speaking, this is similar to what we offer to slot players or what some of the other licensees may offer to table games players. It is essentially a coupon that they can use to assist them in placing a wager.
And the issue that we hear about is the taxation and things of that sort. So can we elaborate a little? We're all kind of new to this, at least three of us, for sure, in regards to this. So I think a further explanation would be helpful for all of us. But I think we all know what a promo play is, but what the ramifications of that is, either with taxation, things of that sort. I would love to hear more about, if possible.
Could we just pause and just say, Karen, can you, I don't know if they're available, but the current state for right now, casinos, how is promo play treated for taxation purposes?
So I don't know if I actually know the answer to that. I think, I don't know if Burke, you know the answer to that. And I don't think Derek is on right now to ask that question. I think generally though, the question with related to sports betting is promo play counted for tax purposes?
Right, and I just wondered what the current is. You know, I think it's, I don't want to wager a guess, but I think it's not.
Currently, it's not. It is not.
Right. I just wanted to use the gaming word wager in my sentence structure. But yeah, so I think, so currently it is not, and I think the statute is silent on it for taxation purposes now. Am I right, Todd?
Yes, that's right. The definition North just read is not made use of anywhere else in the law that we could see. The term is defined, but that's it.
Right, and if you look at how GGR is assessed for purposes of taxation, they address the federal tax, they address the state tax, but they don't address, they address prizes, right? That might be given out. Like, let's say Encore Boston Harbor has a prize of a car that isn't treated as a winning. For the winnings are taken out of the overall GGR, so for the taxation purpose. So they don't include that, but they did not address promo play. And Todd, you don't think that that's the same? I think I asked you that question. It's not the same thing, right?
I don't think, no, I think it's a separate issue. I think, you know, ultimately it'll, I believe, come down to a matter of policy and how the commission wants to handle promotional play, whether it's considered part of the revenues or not part, or there are caps put in place or things along those lines. There are, as I understand it, a variety of approaches that have been taken in different jurisdictions and with different results. So it's an issue that we'll certainly have to take a close look at. And ultimately the commission, I think, will have to decide, most likely by way of regulation, how the, I don't have the term right in front of me, but essentially the sports wagering revenue is calculated. We have done that on the casino side. There's an actual formula that's used. And I would anticipate that a similar regulation would be adopted on the sports wagering side that would address this specific issue.
You people got no clue what's going on.
I think as the friendly neighborhood tax lawyer on the call, I think also that maybe we're conflating two different issues here. One of which is the granting of a promotional credit taxable to the individual gamer or wagerer in terms of, do they have to include it in their income for federal and state income tax purposes, versus what I also at first thought we were talking about, which was whether or not the amount of it is included for purposes of calculating the state taxation on the net gaming revenue.
Right.
Which to me, that would almost seem to be irrelevant, because it would be part of the handle, but it's kind of meaningless unless there are winnings, right? Or is that not?
And it includes the issue around winnings. I don't know how other jurisdictions for sports betting include promo.
Although I guess if it's part of the gross handle,
right,
then it would go into the, theoretically into there. So you'd have to come up with a rule as to whether you consider that part of the gross handle. I would, I guess, for what it's worth as a policy matter and a tax lawyer, I would view it as being really kind of a discount as opposed to, an actual equivalent.
When are they going to have a public hearing?
So this is the first time that we've had somebody from the public decide to chime in, and you should know we can hear you. You're not able to be identified. In a public meeting, members who are not invited could be invited with the chair's permission. If you would like to identify yourself and you'd like to make a statement, I could consider whether you could become a participant for the discussion in a productive fashion.
Hi, my name is Kevin McDevitt. I think you should put some people on the board that actually know about sports betting and so forth.
So we're having, if there's any way you can mute your background. Kevin, I couldn't get your last name. I want to be really respectful to you, and then in turn, I hope that you'll be respectful to us. If you could
My
just
last
mute.
name is Devin.
Thank you.
E-D-E-V-N. I've been in sports betting for quite a long time.
We're just having a little trouble hearing you.
All right, I'll just reach out in the future and you'll be able to contact me a different way. Thank you.
Yeah, there
Sorry
you
for
were
disturbing.
clear. Nope, you're a little clearer there, and I appreciate it. We do want to hear from you, and I think we'll definitely have public hearings where there'll be an opportunity for the public to weigh in a really constructive fashion. We don't want to dismiss your concerns, and we want to also acknowledge that we're working hard here to do our best.
All right, I'll send you an email today. Thank you very much. Sorry for bothering you.
No, it wasn't a bother. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, so let's get back to promo play.
Madam Chair, it might be helpful. My understanding, and please licensees chime in. My understanding is that with the emergence of a new offering, so sports wagering, there may be, and this may apply more to the mobile than the retail, but there's definitely a competition for customers because the long-term benefit of having a customer may outweigh the short-term pain of offering a lot of promo play. So what we have heard is sort of there's this balancing that the licensees may be interested in offering a lot of promo play at the get-go so that they can attract more long-term customers to their company. And the downside to that, we've heard from other states, is that then the tax revenue can be remarkably decreased, and that may have an impact on the benefit to the state, so the benefit to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So I think that's my understanding, a very basic understanding. I think we need to have a little more internal discussion on promo play and come up with some training materials and education materials for the commissioners before making a decision. But it would be helpful, I think, to sort of get the perspective of the licensees on the importance of promo play and the importance of to them of not taxing it versus taxing it. I think
there's two issues for promo play, at least two, and that's taxation. Then there's also the marketing.
Correct. So this, I'm talking about the taxation, but responsible gaming and marketing and advertising, that's a whole other avenue as well. That's correct.
And just to clarify, if Todd, I don't know, I have my copy of the statute. I don't know if you have it there, but if you could go through what the definition is for Mr. Eichel's purposes, how the tax is calculated.
Sure.
It's on line 57.
Line 57. Okay. And yeah, just to clarify, Mr. Eichel, one of your comments, we are talking specifically just about the calculation of the tax payment by the licensee, not the tax treatment for the individual. That's a separate issue. It's typically just handled under the code, the tax code.
Important one.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, North, I missed the line you just cited there, but
57.
57.
Definition of adjusted gross sports wagering receipts.
The definition of, all right, let's pull that. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Where the heck is it? I'm sorry, it looks like I don't have it open.
It's the definition of adjusted gross sports wagering receipts. It's just early on in the definition section.
Yeah, I gotta just pull up the whole bill. North, in the interest of time, if you have the definition of adjusted gross gaming receipts in front of you, I can, I'll pull it up.
It's defined as the total gross receipts from sports wagering less the sum of 1, the total of all winnings paid to participants, and 2, all excise taxes paid pursuant to federal law, Provided, however, that the total of all winnings paid to participants shall not include the cash equivalent of any merchandise or thing of value that is awarded as a prize. So it does not mention promo play.
Yeah, and I would think that what needs to be clarified is whether or not, and I don't see a definition that relates to it, is whether or not total gross receipts from sports wagering would include promo credits.
Well, that's we as a commission have to decide. And I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised at the reticence of the licensees, because what I've gathered so far is this is, they're pretty strong feelings usually on whether or not they want this. We've had several jurisdictions in the country that have actually changed their position on this because they felt they maybe didn't do the best interest for their states. So I'm actually a little taken aback by the reticence on this, to be honest. It is absolutely something we as a commission have to dive into in greater detail. And I was hoping to get some preliminary views from the licensees. So I'm somewhat taken aback by the silence, but we can move forward in terms of looking at what other jurisdictions have done in terms of no credit whatsoever to us, phasing it in versus capping it in any given year. There's a lot of options that we have in front of us, or whether we read the statute to mean there's absolutely no place for an offset for gross gaming in the revenue for promo play.
Gus?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. With all due respect to Commissioner O'Brien, I was actually waiting for a chance to speak. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. So if you took that as reticence, I do apologize for that.
That's great. No, that's right. The chair asked for licensees to chime in. So
I might not have been clear as to what I was asking. You really helped frame it, Eileen. Thank you. Gus?
I don't think there's any surprise to you, Chair, or to any commissioner, anybody else on this call, if I tell you that MGM Springfield is all for accepting promo play from calculating in the GGR. Promo play is crucial to driving customers to the market. Promo play is crucial to awarding customers for loyalty. Promo play is crucial to making sure that this new venue that we're introduced to the public is a successful venture, not only for the casinos and the other sports betting agents, but for the city, the state, everybody else who may be involved. So we are 100% behind giving as much credit to promo play as possible. So if there was any reticence, there is none. We hardly 100% endorse making sure that the promo play is excluded from the calculation of gross winning revenues.
And do you take a position on whether that's more critical early on? I mean, there's the ideal of wanting it all the time, obviously, and to minimize the tax impact. But then there's also the question of, is it more critical early on in launching yourself into a new jurisdiction?
I think it's very, sorry.
I'm so good, Jackie. I'll defer to you.
We'll go with Gus first and then Jackie. Thanks.
Yes, the preference would be for the promo play to be permanent, but if that is not possible or improbable, then of course promo play earlier on in the process is going to be much more critical to our success than down the line. So yes, to answer Commissioner O'Brien's question, yes, earlier on it's more critical.
Okay. Now, Jackie, you wanted to elaborate on both the first question and the second.
Sure. So on promotional play, we'd obviously like for it to be deducted. As you know, most states have made changes in that. The issue, like Colorado is an exception. Michigan allows for a small percentage of deduction. Virginia used to, but they changed it. Definitely for retail, that makes a big difference for us. Obviously, as we launch, that's an incentive to get customers. We balance this all the time. We balance it on the casino side, and we balance it on the sports betting side. If we give away too much, that's a problem for us too. So certainly it's something we feel strongly about it. We're also very cognizant that the regulatory environment has viewed that differently from an operator perspective.
Other comments, North?
I guess I would just say, if you ask if I want to be able to deduct promo play, I would say yes. It's a helpful marketing tool to us. But I'm not an attorney, and I'm not good at being able to decipher what the legislation says or doesn't say around promo play. I can just read what the sentence says. So certainly we would be in favor of being able to deduct it. And, we're relying on the legislation and the commission's interpretation of that legislation to give us guidance.
I appreciate that, North. I don't even think it's necessarily really helpful to have a law degree right now with respect to deciphering that, but it is a critical issue. Eileen, did you want to follow up?
No, so other than to say, I'm curious to know what impact, if any, and this obviously is not going to apply to Encore given the jurisdictions that you're in, but maybe Penn and MGM, if there's anything you can talk about pre and post in terms of impact when the jurisdictions that you're functioning in have changed how they treat promo play.
Have you experienced do you have facilities in those states that have shifted and the impact?
So I'm not as close to those states that have shifted their impact. I would say that Penn's position with regards to promotional play within this environment has been relatively stable since the beginning. We have not been irrational investors in this area. So I think that our position has remained relatively fixed throughout. I think that, the natural consequence sometimes of the increased promotional play is an increase in total wagers or total handle, but may, at least at the outset, decrease the net gaming revenue.
I think.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Jackie.
Now, what that translates to in the long term, I think, is yet to be seen.
And I think from a launch perspective, at the outset, it helps us, frankly, offset some of the upfront cash that we have to pay out to get customers. And it also gets the players comfortable with playing. So that's a reason why we would appreciate it, at least at the beginning for retail.
Commissioners, I think that the issue has been maybe clarified. What questions do you have? And also I need to go to I don't mean to in any way skip over Mr. Eichel and Mr. Tuttle. I don't know if right now you have thoughts on promo play for the purpose of standing up your retail sports wagering.
Interested in the discussion, but nothing more to offer right now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Yeah, I would just say that we have heard from our potential partners that promo play is an important element of their business strategy, but we have no personal, historic experience with it in our business.
Okay. Commissioners, follow-up questions? No, you're all set. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner, any follow-up questions? Commissioner Maynard, what are you thinking?
No, Commissioner O'Brien perfectly captured, I think, the questions that I had too.
Okay, excellent. So moving on to the other side of promo play, because I'm hearing, and I'm hearing our licensees say how critical it is to attract customers. And I know I've publicly said it, and I certainly have heard Director Vanderlinden say it. We respect that need, but it can't come at any cost, right? So how do you balance the marketing and the promotional play, your approach to customers around promo play, without it going into a predatory approach? Commissioners, if you want to elaborate on that, that's kind of the framework for the discussion on the other side. And I know that Jackie started with, we need guidance on this, and it's for tax rate, but it's also to respond to the statutory provision around advertising and marketing. Commissioner O'Brien, are you leaning in?
No, I'm curious to know what their comments are.
I'm sure it's a balance you exercise, Jackie.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we think about that all the time. It's not, sports betting isn't the only time when we have to make those decisions. We, as part of the launch of gaming, we spent a lot of time working with Mark van der Linden, the team, and developing, not obviously it was the commission who developed the responsible gaming framework, but we provided a lot of feedback in that process, and we would welcome the opportunity to sit down with that team, perhaps in a smaller group, and give it some thoughts to that and develop our own responsible gaming plans once that's advanced.
Excuse me. Gus, do you want to chime in?
Thank you, Chair. I think that when you came out here last week with Commissioner Maynard, you saw the new GameSense space that we had created. You know that we, MGM Springfield, rolled out Play My Way. We take responsible gaming exceedingly seriously, not only at the property, but enterprise-wide at MGM. And so we would certainly defer to Mark and his experts on the best way to market and to control sports betting. But we are fully on board with whatever Mark and his team want to do. I think we have shown our commitment to responsible gaming, and we continue to use that as a touchstone, as a cornerstone for everything we do here at MGM Springfield.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, do you want to respond to that? You were part of that generous tour MGM provided.
I did appreciate the tour that MGM and Encore provided me. I do think you asked a question, Chair, around framing this issue. And I think that, this has to be done thoughtfully. It has to be done correctly, because, when you turn a cell phone into part of the experience, you totally change the way this is done. I can't put a poker table in my pocket. I can't put, a slot machine in my pocket. And we have a duty to the patrons to get this right. And so it's very important that we do that. But I'm hearing that the licensees are agreeing that they think it's important to engage with us on that process. And so I'm really interested. I have a question at the end of this statement. In seeing what's going on in other jurisdictions, what we can do to help mitigate problem gambling when this becomes part of the equation.
Okay. No,
sorry. I just was going to say, one of the other things we've seen is that there's talk of also the amount of advertising that it just seems like it's everywhere, and there's some talk about whether regulators could potentially across the board limit the amount of advertising through various mechanisms.
Yeah, that's our bullet. I just would like to just stick with promo marketing.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Just because of the promo is a little bit different than I think you're just about to frame the next bullet. So hold that thought.
I thought we moved on. My apologies.
Yeah, you're just getting ready for the last issue.
Yeah.
Okay. North, you were going to maybe respond to the promo and how we balance it not being predatory. And I think you've heard Gus and Jackie reference their work with Mark.
Right. So I think as we think through this issue and look at it, especially as it relates to retail, which I believe was the focus of today's conversation, a lot of the same behaviors that we see from patrons who would have a responsible gaming issue who play slots with us or electronic table games, that those customers would probably present some of the same behaviors, and we would use the same resources that we have right now in terms of relying on our team members who are on the floor all the time and interact with patrons, and on our GameSense advisors to help us find those folks who are in need of assistance and get them the help that they need and the tools and resources to be able to deal with any responsible gaming concerns that they might have.
Can I go ahead, Commissioner Maynard? Yes.
Madam Chair, though, I want to be clear that every tour that I did and saw the spaces, this was brought up as a part of the cell phone. For those on the phone, was brought up as a part of the experience, right? That here's where you can go and make your wager here. here's how the kiosk works, and you can sit on this chair and use your cell phone. So I do think it's a fair game question, even for this forum.
And I appreciate that. So maybe the way to think about it, North, is retail alone. Is promo play, the approach going to be different for retail of sports wagering versus casino promo play, which is something maybe, Brad, we should be thinking about, right? And then to Jordan's point, to Commissioner Maynard's point, well, today the focus is on the standing up of retail. How will the promo play question collide? Because what I think Karen started with was, in order to attract, it's going to be more competitive. So promo play might even be more of an issue as the two intersect, the retail and mobile. Yeah.
I agree that it probably will be more important when the two do collide. And one of the things that we've seen that has worked well for us in other states is they have a sunset provision. So they allow it up to a certain limit for, let's say, 12 or 24 months, whatever the time period is, and then it tapers off from there. That would enable us to be competitive also with surrounding states who already have an established customer base.
So that's helpful. So the timing, that's that early on. And so North, do you want to add in?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tuttle, Mr. Eichel, do you want to add in? This is probably a good conversation for you to be hearing. These are challenges.
Yeah, this whole forum is very helpful, Madam Chair. And again, we appreciate the commission doing it. But I don't have anything to add on the topic.
Mr. Eichel?
Nope, this is educational for me as well. I mean, again, just as a common sense matter, I would think that it would be somewhat self-regulating in the sense that, you're going to go bankrupt if you give away too much promotional credit. And I've heard that there are instances of companies that have gotten into trouble by doing it excessively in terms of their own financial well-being. But I realize that alone might not be sufficient, and that, there would just logically be considerations about, using it to get people hooked on, gambling unnecessarily or predatory competition. So all ideas well understood.
Thank you. Then I think we'll move on. Karen, you were just framing it out. The frequency, the intensity of advertising. You want to finish your thought? And I know Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
I'll let you, because I know it's so important to you, to add on to Karen's framing.
Yeah, I think that I'm just think it would be helpful for the commissioners to hear if potential restrictions in whatever format were applied across the board. Would there not be an objection by the licensees? It's that, the rising tide lifts all boats. So if you're at the same level as all your competitors, is it actually a sort of a neutral thing for you if everybody is limited in the amount of advertising, and then you're not spending all that money on advertising, and then the public's not subject to a constant barrage of gambling advertising? So I think just curious what the licensees think about any limitations on advertising that would be across the board.
So
I'm just going to let Commissioner Hill, did you want to add in? This is something that, are you good right now?
No, I think Karen framed it very well, actually.
Great, thank you. And Karen, do you think it's necessary, or may not be, to have Todd read in what is in the statute now? Or is everybody comfortable in terms of familiar with what the Act provides? Todd, do you have that handy?
I do have the Act handy. I'm sorry, could you just repeat what you'd like me to go through?
Just the language referring to the advertising
Right.
restrictions.
So,
And I think this is a helpful exercise to remind us and then also the public, Jackie, and then I'll turn to you next.
okay. It looks like, I think the bulk of the advertising language is contained in the section that talks about the regulations that the commission shall promulgate. And it goes through a series of principles that need to be included in these regulations. And it's a whole paragraph. I'll try to go through. I can read the whole thing, of course.
I
but
think
it might
it's
be,
just to go through what the restrictions are on advertising. So it starts about line 185.
yeah. So it says that the commission shall promulgate regulations that prohibit, and then it goes through a list of things that shall be prohibited. It includes the purchase or other use of any personal biometric data of an athlete. And then it gets into a little more detail on that. And the following advertising, marketing, and branding activities. And then there's a list that follows. So these are all on the list of things that are to be prohibited. Advertisements, marketing, and branding in such a manner that is deceptive, false, misleading, or untrue, or tends to deceive or create a misleading impression, whether directly or by ambiguity or omission. It also includes use of unsolicited pop-up advertisements on the internet or by text message directed to an individual on the list of self-excluded persons established pursuant to the law. It includes any form of advertising, marketing, or branding that the commission deems unacceptable or disruptive to the viewer experience at a sports event. It includes advertising, marketing, and branding deemed to appeal directly to a person younger than 21 years old. And it applies to advertising on any billboards or any other public signage which fails to comply with federal, state, or local law. I think that's the crux of it.
That's what we needed, I think. Just it's a good reminder that the legislature did think about advertising restrictions, marketing restrictions. I think a couple of the proposals were more global. There was, I imagine, quite a bit of discussion around this. So I want to turn now to Jackie, who started to provide her thoughts, and I just did some additional framework. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. I think we've all seen in different states where advertising has gone awry. Driving through New Jersey, I think every other billboard is for sports betting. And we clearly don't want to participate in a race to the bottom. The only thing that I want to raise is that our competitors from other states are already advertising in Massachusetts, and we need to try to be on a level playing field with respect to that.
I raised that issue the other day, Jackie, and I know, Karen, I don't know if you picked up on it. I don't know if we called the Department of Transportation, but I noticed as I was leaving Massachusetts, well, no, we were staying in Massachusetts, we were going south, that two competitors were advertising and they have no responsible gaming language on their billboards. Where Encore, I happen to live north on 93 and I go by those billboards and I do see the language is there. So that's something we should be approaching. Maybe DOT is in charge of billboards. I don't know. Commissioner Hill, do you know? No.
There's an outdoor advertising in MassDOT that controls the billboard.
MassDOT, yeah.
MassDOT, it's a section of MassDOT.
Yeah. Commissioner Hill?
Correct.
Yeah, so maybe we reach out to Secretary Tesla. I know they've got a few things on their minds right now, but that point is one that's important. So thanks for bringing it up. It happened 2 separate trips, and I have to confess it was my husband who noted it. Like, how come they don't have to have responsible gaming language? So we're educating an expanded public. So thank you, Jackie. In terms of the overall question and the need to be on level playing field with competitors, when you saw this language, what did you see that might be helpful for us to understand from a regulatory point of view. And Commissioner Skinner, I don't know if you have any thoughts to add in. Anybody jump in, my fellow commissioners? Jackie?
I don't think there's anything problematic for us at all with respect to the language that's in the Act. Obviously, we would never engage in deceptive marketing practices or advertising to people who are under 21, directed advertising to people who are under 21 or self-excluded persons. So we didn't see any issues with this language at all.
Good, thank you.
I think Plainridge Park sees the same thing with regards to what Jackie does. I mean, we would obviously continue to include our responsible gaming messages in our advertisements. And as Jackie said, we would never engage in practices that we thought were in any way false, misleading, or deceptive.
Commissioner Hill, can I call you? I can't remember if it was bam, 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 but the disruptive nature of at least television advertising that caught your attention back last fall.
So the concern I had, and I've heard it from different people, but I'm not, the more I dig into this, I'm not sure there's something we can do about it, but the barrage of advertising that we were seeing, like during the playoffs of the NFL, during the baseball back in the fall, was just like they were popping up in game. They were before games, they were after games. I mean, every time I put on my TV, one of the companies just kept popping up. And people were like, holy Toledo, enough is enough already. But I'm not so sure under the Constitution that we can do anything about it, but I'm still, I'm looking for feedback on how or if this is something we can address or want to address.
And I think the third section C, where it says any form of advertising, marketing, or branding that the commission deems unacceptable or disruptive to the viewer experience at a sports event.
Yeah.
Does that mean it doesn't include TV viewing? Commissioner O'Brien, had you already noted that?
I did. And one of the other, I harken back again to the last online training that I did, and the gentleman from Michigan talking about their experience. And he picked some of the topics that were the most troublesome. Advertising was one of them in terms of inundating, and not just at sports events. It was general, residents of the state calling up and complaining and saying, enough, I am just getting a barrage, be it online or TV, and why can't this be dialed back? But when you look at the wording in the statute, there are narrow limitations put on specifically there. Now, whether there are other vehicles in terms of responsible gaming and things like that, the advertising, marketing, branding deemed to appeal directly to a person under the age of 21 seems to be the broadest category, because it's not confined to someone in attendance at a sporting event. And so that to me is an area I'm curious to dive into more, to say, well, what exactly does that mean? And what do we have the authority to do in terms of making sure this is not getting marketed to anyone under 21?
I'm not sure, North, Gus, or Jackie, if you can address that, but the issue that Commissioner Hill noted very publicly is really started our conversation on gaming advertising. I don't see how we get it, except to, again, if it's so at you, does it start to get into the minor, and of course there's other language, but is that part of your, can you provide us some with help, or are you thinking about it with respect to your marketing, advertising sensibilities, that it's a non-issue? And of course, I'm thinking too of the two simulcast centers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to complete the trifecta before I answer your immediate question, is that I completely agree with both North and Jackie that MGM Springfield does not say anything problematic in the statute regarding marketing and advertising. Just like those two entities, MGM takes pride in having the highest ethical standards, and we would never, ever, even in the absence of the statute, purport to, misrepresent ourselves or do anything to undermine the public trust in us. So again, I completely agree with Jackie and North on that point. With respect to advertising, not being a constitutional lawyer, I would presume to say that federal laws, the Federal Trade Commission, Federal Communication Commission, probably has more control over advertising than state might. So I think that would probably be problematic to try to govern that on a state basis. But again, not being a constitutional lawyer, that's just my opinion on that point.
Really helpful insight, though. I think, Commissioner Hill, that's kind of to your point, right?
Yeah. And I'm also cognizant of the fact, and I think Jackie brought it up, and I'm only going to speak for, and I do this a lot, so bear with me because I know I do this a lot. I can only speak to the North Shore area of advertising. I don't live near Rhode Island, but I do live near New Hampshire. And we get advertising on our TVs from all the New Hampshire betting facilities, as well as being able to go on your phone and do your betting. So we're going to now be having New Hampshire competing with Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. There's going to be a lot of advertising going on around Massachusetts, and it's not just Massachusetts that we're going to be seeing. So it's going to be quite a barrage at some point, but I'm not exactly sure there's anything we can really do about it. But we're going to dig into it a little further and see for sure, because I think there are some concerns with the constitutionality of trying to tell people what they can and can't do in terms of advertising. But just wanted to share that with you, Madam Chair.
It's really helpful and part of a continuing conversation that we really got started last fall. Commissioner Skinner, haven't heard from you. What are you thinking?
I am thinking that, it really will be worthwhile to continue the discussion more in depthly. Our licensees have demonstrated that they are conscientious about responsible gaming, that they support it in the commission's initiatives. And I don't see a reason to believe that they won't continue on in that vein, especially given their direct statements that they're just fine with the language in the statute.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner O'Brien. There is a dog visiting you right now, Commissioner Hill. It was a comfort look. I love that. Commissioner O'Brien.
No, this is an area I was curious about before the statute came out. Again, after the discussion with the gentleman from Michigan, it's another area that's concerning to me, particularly the 21 and under. And so I understand that, there are limitations to what we're going to be able to do, but I do think that the population under the age of 21 is an area for us to really look at. And again, I agree with Nikisha. It's not that I'm saying that any of the licensees who are in attendance today have done anything that would lead us to believe they're going to run afoul of the statute. I'm just talking about our ability as a commission to further protect the interests of the citizens of the Commonwealth, particularly those that cannot gamble. That's where I'm looking at with this statute to see what are the boundaries of what we can lawfully do to protect that constituency.
Yeah, I would just volunteer on the subject that I think it's not a unique problem, and that you've got some analogies I would suggest that you could look to. I think the ability that there is to regulate advertising, I would think even on the state level, is probably, I'm not an expert on it either, but I think it's probably broader than you're assuming. There's limits on advertising for smoking and vaping. I assume this was a big issue when cannabis, became, more legal and is advertised. There's certainly talk about billboards all over the place. It's like cannabis is, every place you look. So I would think that you might look to some of those analogous areas where it's an activity prohibited to those legally to those under 21, and what the advertising restrictions in terms of billboards and media ads, et cetera, have been in those areas that, might provide some guidance.
Really helpful. Really helpful. Chip.
Yeah, we certainly don't have any issue with the statute. Obviously, the commission is wrestling with the practicality of national advertising, and I mean, if a major sportsbook operator has ads running in college football and NFL games on Saturdays and Sundays, there's obviously no way to prohibit citizens in Massachusetts from seeing those advertisements and things like that. But to Steve's example again, the Cannabis Control Commission has set out pretty stringent regulations about marketing to people under the age of 21. I am a partner in an advertising agency in Boston, and we're aware of some of the restrictions on billboards, and the locations. The billboard companies have to attest to the fact that the audience for billboards is, less than 85%, right? Things like that. So there are some examples I'm sure that the commission can draw from elsewhere in the Commonwealth that may be helpful to you.
Yeah. Well, one further point, by the way, is that there may be some distinctions here in terms of state versus federal regulation, as Chris Chip mentioned, because those national advertisers are working in interstate commerce, and that is sort of federally regulated and cannot be regulated by the states, whereas here at least to some degree you are talking about regulation that is by definition within the Commonwealth, so you may actually have more power to do that within the Commonwealth, subject to less restrictions in terms of violating the Commerce Clause, for what it's worth. It's a constitutional matter.
That's really helpful and encouraging.
Sorry, if I could just add one more thing
sorry,
on this topic.
Who was speaking, Jackie? Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry. I also just wanted to point out that the AGA has adopted a responsible marketing code for sports wagering, which goes into some of these topics in more depth. So that might be a place, a source as well.
And I know we look closely at that with Mark, so thank you. And helpful for all present today. They've done an excellent job. All right. I want to make sure we give adequate time to the next really important topic. We put it at the end somewhat strategically. The first bullet is the licensing milestones for standing up retail operations. I want to turn to Mr. Eichel first. He asked those questions. Karen, I know you had a very brief time to think about it. And I don't know if any of them could be given any kind of partial or full answer or some general guidance with, of course, permission to correct down the road if it's general. How do you feel about that, Karen?
So I did get an email from Joe Delaney, so thank you to Joe, in response to the question that came up from Rainham on the capital expenditure requirement and when it kicks in. He did send me the text from the law, which says, provided further, a Category 2 licensee shall make a capital investment of not less than $7.5 million within 3 years after receiving a sports wagering license. So there is that there. I'll just highlight that for the commission.
So of course.
Thank you. That's
Mr. Eichel
pointing that out.
Mr. Eichel raised the right question, though.
Yes. Stop the process.
Yeah, stop the clock. Which
You're
is
right.
Right.
a little irony, right?
Send all those construction workers home.
Right. A little irony here. I think they were fearful that folks might linger about putting that investment in. So they said a 3-year, but to your point, you've been investing. Interesting.
I mean, we were going to be done by February. And obviously this is an issue.
So. Could you read the language again?
It says, provided further, a Category 2 licensee shall make a capital investment of not less than $7.5 million within 3 years after receiving a sports wagering license.
Yeah. Well, if that's interpreted to mean beginning with the time that the license is issued, and you can't count if you've done it before, but within 3 years after the license is issued. I mean, there are two ways you could interpret that, but I don't think we want to take our chances on that one.
Let's that's an interesting challenge because probably unintended
I was
consequences.
going to say it would have the opposite effect of probably what it was intended to do.
Exactly. So, so that's really helpful, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Steve, that's just a preliminary observation,
Sure.
right?
Understood.
Okay. In terms of the other questions, Karen?
So the third party operator question, I mean, I'll defer to the commission, obviously. I think, from my perspective as executive director, I don't think it matters if you have one or two operators. I think that probably is your discretion. What will have to be decided by the commission is any kind of licensing requirements for those operators. We talk about scope of licensing, background checks, all of that. So where a simulcast facility, they're saying they're going to bring in an operator, we'll have to figure out the proper construct for vetting of the operator and how the commission wants to approach that. So it may be easier only to do one than two. So
Right, sure.
resource wise.
We understand that, right? On our end too, it's easier, obviously, if it's a single one.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
And then the other two questions, Kathy, the license fee and the public health trust fund amount, I did not have an opportunity to speak to anyone on the staff about that, so I'd ask that we just hold on those for now.
So just to make sure I heard, the public health trust, it's right now, if I recall correctly, maybe it was clear on category 3 have to share that, but the simulcast centers have to participate. So is the question, is it a 5, if it's, let's say it's 7 mobile, would it be a 9-way division of $1 million? Is that your question, Steve?
Yes.
And of course,
that's
to be
the way,
clear,
I think that's the way it reads. I don't think it's $1 million each, but I just want to confirm that.
okay, I wanted to make sure.
What might be helpful, Steve, if you could email me the 2 questions in
Sure.
writing so that I can make sure I'm properly answering the questions. So on the license fee and the public health trust fund, if you email me those questions,
Happy to do so.
I'll have staff take a look at that.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And just a clarifier, the 3 casino licensees make a contribution to that fund already. So I think
They're exempt from this one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're just creating somewhat of an equal playing field there. Okay. So do you mind if we then go on to just, everybody's interested in timelines. And so we would ask if you could help us understand what your timeline might be so that we can be helpful and it will also inform our timeline. Who would like to go first on this one? North, did you go?
Sure.
All right. Okay.
So with regards to timelines, I'd say really the only determination we will be making is whether or not we need to construct a temporary facility before a more permanent one could be opened. I think under either scenario, we would be able to launch wagering at a time that is fits in with the regulatory framework that the commission has.
Follow-up questions to North's answer? Did I lose? Oh no, Commissioner Hill. Do you have any follow-up questions right now? Okay. Karen, do you have a follow-up question on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think and we've discussed this along the way. I think sort of understanding what these milestones are, like what needs to happen in order for you to stand up the retail operations. My understanding is, for example, you need a space, you need regulatory approval of the space, you need to order equipment, you need to have that equipment, the vendor license, you need approval to get that equipment in, and you need the equipment tested, things like that. So I guess the question is, what do you identify as the biggest milestones or potentially the regulatory needs that you would have in order to progress? And then what is the order of those so we can match up timelines?
Yep. So 3 things. Launch date. A firm launch date is helpful. Second thing would be prioritizing the promulgation of rules or regulations around licensing, and then the promulgation of rules and regulations around technical standards. Those three things, or technology, hardware, software, those types of things. So those things are the things that would help us move the quickest. And that's kind of the priority order in which we would see them.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Very, very helpful. Gus?
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, MGM Springfield has the space set and ready to go. All of our FF&E, that's all installed. Our cabling and wiring is done. It is a matter of just getting the kiosks and getting them tested, getting them approved, and getting them hooked up. So really, we don't have any milestones that we necessarily need to hit in order to start. Soon as we have the approval, I think we can, as I said earlier, I think we can probably be ready to go within a matter of 90 days, within 90 days. So if you're asking for key milestones, it really would be better guidance from MGC on the licensing process and the approval of the equipment.
Thank you.
Okay, and Jackie.
I agree with both North and Gus. I think what's really important to reiterate what North said is to have a set launch date, and then we can work backwards and provide you with how long things will take us from that point. From a hiring perspective and getting people onboarded and we've got to identify them, license them, and then get them onboarded and train them. That's probably a 6-week process if we push the button today. And then the equipment, we're ready to go on that as soon as we get the go ahead and as soon as we see the regulations.
All right, I'll turn to Mr. Eichel and then Mr. Tuttle, and then we'll get questions on the timeline. And we might as well just also wrap into this discussion the third bullet point, which is a staggered versus simultaneous in-person sports wagering launch. Okay, so Mr. Eichel.
So, I would just echo the comments of those more experienced with the process who have spoken before me. I would say, they're just, again, in speaking with the operators that we've been talking with, there seems to be, a lot of sort of chicken or the egg, issues in coming up with timelines, because they are dependent upon kind of seeing what the rules are before, they know how to come up with their models and procedures. So, obviously waiting for, regulations and application, applications and finalization of those procedures will be critical. I think there's an expectation out there that this was going to, be possible to get up and running a lot faster than I think is really possible. And so, but I understand and agree with, the commission's diligence and thoughtfulness with which, the process is being handled. There's a lot of, issues of first impression and complicated issues to be dealt with. Everyone's anxious to get up and running. And, I think the good news is that I think the ability of folks to get up and running in terms of the physical facility and their financing and willingness to do it probably is actually ahead of kind of the legal infrastructure to just sort of know that we can go ahead and proceed in the way that we would plan to, because everybody's in a little bit of a holding pattern, knowing that there's a lot of legal rules that need to sort of come out before we paint ourselves into a corner by doing something that might not be the right thing to do.
Like continue constructing?
Exactly like that, right?
All right, very helpful. Chip?
Yeah, it appears the spending of the 7.5 million may be one area where we actually have an advantage over other licensees, since ours is going to be on a moving forward basis. The only thing in terms of timeline, Madam Chair and Commissioners, that I would add to what's already been said is that we are endeavoring to catch up very quickly. And again, as I said at the outset, expect that we will have news in the near future on both sportsbook partner and short-term and long-term certainty on the location to come back to you with.
Before I turn it over to my fellow commissioners, just maybe to close the loop on an earlier discussion, we spoke quite a bit about the challenge of staff, and you had all excellent responses. Do you see supply issues for the equipment that you'll be needing that might impact your accelerated timelines?
Madam Chair, Penn does not. We're good to go.
We got a big warehouse, right, north somewhere?
We have equipment we can get here when we need it.
Got it. Okay. Jackie, at Encore, feeling the same way, or are you coming against some supply issues?
Not yet. So we're good to go. Yes.
Okay, and Gus?
We have inventory. I mean, obviously, to tap into the inventory, we'll need a little bit of a lead time, but we don't foresee that being a problem, Madam Chair.
Well, that's good news. Okay, and Chip and Steve, I don't know if you're right now at that point in time, but I had thought that might, and I think Karen thought maybe that might be an issue, but it sounds like not so much. Steve, Chip?
I think we're not close enough along, far enough along in the process to really be able to say anything intelligent on that one.
Okay, great. And Chip?
Yeah, I think there's a level of confidence that we'd be able to get up and running pretty quickly, but in terms of specific equipment and things like that, I can't offer much more.
Okay. Commissioners, timeline questions. We heard some good feedback on prioritization of regulatory promulgation. Questions, Eileen, Commissioner Bryant.
Yep, on the launch date suggestion, obviously we have sort of two different paths. I mean, they're on a path, you guys have to get yourself up and running. We have to make sure we've done everything we need to do to not only do that, but make sure our compliance role is up and running as well. So my question on the launch date is more, what is the critical juncture at which point you would be able to anticipate going out in terms of what is it that you would need? Because I'm not anticipating we're going to say to you on date X, we anticipate you'll be ready to go. I don't anticipate that that's realistic. So I'm trying to figure out when you say launch date, what exactly do you mean by that?
So I think that would be the point at which we know that the regulations are set and that we are free to begin accepting wagers. So if we have a heads up on when we think that's going to be, then we back into it that way. So the way we've kind of developed since PASPA was first repealed is we began developing a timeline, or imagine a Gantt chart that has X number of weeks from the date that we think we're going to be able to begin accepting wagers, and we just work backwards from there. It has a certain amount of time in there. There is a little bit of wiggle of, gosh, if this goes wrong, not everything is sequential. Some things are on parallel paths, but those really, I think when we're talking about launch date, it's like, hey, when do we anticipate that all the rules will be set and then you would be okay with us beginning to accept wagers at the facility? With regards to the timing of the staggered versus simultaneous, I think Madam Chair probably is planning to, I assume, address that next, but I will have a couple comments on that.
Okay, so I guess I'm still, and we're pretty early in this process, but I am not envisioning that we're going to be able to give you right now, or even in the next couple of weeks, a date in the near future that says we anticipate there, and you can start working your way back from there until we get to sort of the critical juncture of most of the regs being in a position to go, application ready, that sort of thing. So I like the discussion, and I appreciate how you, from a business perspective, work back from a launch date. But I think that's a great internal discussion for us to have as a commission in terms of prioritizing everything in a way that makes sense for not only the launch date, but also for us as a commission to have everything in place that we need.
And I think what was a little concerning for us and what we're trying to work into is if, for instance, the commission decides, okay, we're going to get all of our regulations done, or I'll make up a date in 30 days. We want to be prepared. We want to be ready to go. If that's going to be a longer process, we understand that, but we'll calibrate accordingly.
Right. So I think obviously we have great communication with everybody who's on this call now. And so I think what's going to be critical is just continuing to communicate in terms of progress. Some of it you'll see, obviously, when it goes into the central register in terms of where we are, but obviously communication will be a big part of planning.
I think that we've, just to put it out there, Karen, correct me, I don't want to create expectation unfairly, but September 8th, you're planning on perhaps presenting to us some kind of a timeline that explains where regulatory action, whether it's emergency or otherwise, could start, where maybe there might be some steps we can take outside of a regulatory mode that might be further, could be done always by policy and procedure or else adopted later down the road by regulation, but some kind of a framework where we can start to give our licensees a little bit more of a time frame for our work in light of today's discussion. Am I wrong? Is that how we
No, you're correct. I think the critical decision making, which will help staff put together any prospective timeline, is it's the regulation process, because the regulation process has some built-in waiting periods for comment, et cetera. So having some kind of definitive structure as to what actually has to be done by regulation, or the commission wants to be done by regulation, is a critical question. And then the question is, what regulations need to be in place before the licensee can operate? There may be some regulations, because I'm looking through the statute right now, there's some requirements by statute for regulations. And then the question is, what is the commission's position on what has to be done before they can operate and what things can potentially come later? So those two threshold decisions on what has to be in regulation and when do these things have to be in regulation, that will direct the timeline. So we are trying to put together that structure so we can identify for the commission, if you want X, so hypothetically, you want everything done by regulation, we would then have to draft all the regulations, put it, then that extends the timeline. But if you want to make some decisions on certain things you want to do by rules instead of regulation, that can impact the timeline and potentially shrink the timeline. So I can't
just to add specifics to that. So for the 8th, what we're expecting is recommendations from the staff as to options around these, because there's a time implication for each decision we make. So that's where I say a timeline would come in, and what are our choices? What are our options? Why would it be recommended to do a reg versus something else? Is it required that we do a reg versus something else? But always with the understanding, if we do it by reg, I know this, having been a lawyer, unless it's an emergency reg, if we started today, the process will be no shorter than 90 days. And that puts us into November. So there's a timeline that we're looking for, and September 8th we'll start, and I hope really produce something that will be helpful to, I know for myself, I need it. Commissioners, we talked about it yesterday, agenda setting, and now we're hearing it from the licensees that our timeline absolutely informs theirs.
Yep.
Commissioners, this is a chance to just think about what we want from our team, and then also I'll turn back to our licensees. is there anything else that will help us as commissioners get, anything you've seen in your experience, pitfalls, and we welcome it. Commissioner Skinner, do you have any thoughts on this?
Just one. This conversation, this particular conversation feels a bit premature to me around the timelines, given that we haven't heard from the potential category 3 applicants. I'd worry about moving forward with the licensees participating in this call. At the very least, with respect to mobile wagering, when we haven't heard from other potential licensees. I know we have the roundtable that's in the process of being scheduled, but I worry about things like giving the licensees participating in this call more of a competitive advantage when to sort of focus on their launch of the mobile piece without having the opportunity to have the other potential mobile operators being put at a level playing field. So I just think
one. I thought that we were today focusing on their standing, the timeline for standing up retail.
Okay, so if that's okay, that's good clarification.
Otherwise, I think you're absolutely right. Now that does, of course, raise an important policy question that we've touched on in our public meetings but haven't voted on. And that would be if we approach parallel tracks, retail going up in advance of mobile operations going out, or must there be a simultaneous launch? I don't think that's for today's discussion. If you'll all indulge me, I think that's really a different conversation. Commissioners, do you disagree? And this is important, weighing in, but I think otherwise, Commissioner Skinner, I would absolutely agree with you. I think what licensees we're all talking about right now, simply standing up retail. Okay. So to the couple of points that North, I know we're going over, so I want to be careful here. The discussion of staggered, and this is an important follow-up, Commissioner Skinner, because it raises a different issue. Staggered versus simultaneous in person. What if one licensee is able to stand up retail in advance of another? And this is assuming, just for this immediate discussion, that stand up could go on its own. Retail in person, I'm sorry, not stand up, getting a little tired. In person could go in advance of mobile. Just for today's discussion, would the 3 licensees have concerns, or actually I shouldn't say 3, 5, be concerned if one location was standing up its retail in advance of the other, or should it be a simultaneous launch date, which maybe North, that's what you're commenting on. So I'll turn to you. You said you had a couple of thoughts.
Right. So this is one where obviously the commission has got a lot to consider here. The thing that I guess I get a little concerned about from an operator perspective is just how the commission would make decisions on which operator to go to first. So for example, if the commission were to say, hey, we believe that the regulations will be set as of date X, and there are, 3 licensees that are ready to go on date X, if there's a staggered launch, how does the commission make the decision around which one to go to first? I think that if you ask kind of our preference, we would think that there's something along the lines of, if we have a date at some point, once we can, reliably say we think that all the regulatory milestones can be met and the operator milestones can be met within that time, a simultaneous launch probably makes sense from the commission resource perspective in terms of being able to get everybody all set and then know that we're able to launch that way. I think that realistically there may end up being an initial wave, I would assume, of people who may be ready, and then licensees who may not be ready until a much later date. And I think there's obviously the need at that point to kind of balance out, is it then reasonable to hold up, if you've got 3 or 4 people who are ready to go, is it reasonable to hold everyone up because one person is not yet ready? And those are obviously the decisions that the commission needs to make. But I think as I listen at least to the existing casino licensees, that there's an ability to be ready reasonably quickly. And from a Penn Entertainment perspective, I have no issue of saying that we would be ready to go at the same time that Encore and MGM would be ready to go. That's just kind of where we stand today.
Commissioner O'Brien, you have your audio up. Do you have a question?
I just forgot to turn it off. So no, nothing you said is surprising to me. Other than, they all launched their brick and mortar, obviously staggered. And I take North Point too, in terms of you've got sort of, even within this grouping, there's sort of 2 postures of readiness. So that, to hold up one group that may be ready to go because of just the nature of readiness, to me would seem not particularly equitable, but.
Yeah, and commissioners, we certainly would not suggest that, if licensees are ready to proceed at a time that you're ready to proceed, that anyone would hold it up for any other licensee that may be behind. By the same token, given the provisions in the law for a temporary location, we certainly would look to work with you to make sure that we were ready at whatever date you decide you're going to launch, or as close to that as possible.
So you'd be advocating for one launch date, whether people could make it or not, kind of even if you had 5 different postures, still picking one launch date.
Well, I think that's what you're hearing from some of the other licensees about when you're ready and you feel comfortable with the regulations and the process, saying a targeting a launch date for the commission will certainly help all of the licensees kind of back into that launch date and what we need to do to be ready, even if that were in a short-term location. In our case, we continue to work on the longer term.
So I guess, Chair, I have a question more on the agenda. Are you talking about launch dates? I mean, there's launch date in terms of we think everything could be ready by now, and then you're going to do the ribbon cutting and open the door. So are we talking about a simultaneous, no one's going to go until date X, regardless of ready state?
That's really an important distinction. So I think what I'm hearing, and everybody can correct me if I'm hearing incorrectly, that they're looking to us as a commission to give a date of readiness that we're all set so that we can actually issue their license, right? Mm-hmm. And that when we put this in the agenda, we were thinking their cutting of the ribbon. In other words, does it have to all be this exact same date? I think today the guidance from my perspective is that they are looking for a single launch date from us, and then they would act based on that launch date. Mm-hmm. Is that fair, licensees? Am I getting it kind of right?
Absolutely. If we, and obviously we understand that date can't be established until you're further along in the process, but if a date was picked and we all knew that was the date that potentially we could launch, whether we meet that because we've filled all the steps or not, at least we'd have a level playing field.
That's fair. Really helpful.
And I would just say that I agree with that. We understand that we're all in a different, perhaps other than the 3 casinos who obviously are much closer to being ready to go when this, when the green light comes on, we're all in slightly different positions. And I don't think anyone expected that anyone was going to have to wait until, anyone else was ready once the commission is ready, from a regulatory perspective to grant the licenses and give the go ahead to actually start operating.
Commissioners, questions? We're at 2:21, but I don't want to shortchange this. But this was a very helpful way to close out, Karen, I feel, on that final bullet point. Commissioner Skinner, how would you like to close out today?
No, I'm good. I think this was very informative. I enjoyed the participation by our licensees. I'm pleased to hear that there's consensus among them that one launch date makes sense. And given that they're all at different levels of preparedness, that's exactly where I think we need to move as a commission. Hopefully we'll get there, but I do note that it will take us some time, and hopefully the licensees respect that and give us, patience as we move through this process.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard.
I appreciate the licensees coming in today to discuss this very important and difficult topic. It's been very informative, and I look forward to thinking about and making tough decisions along with my fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien, I'm mixing it up.
There you go. No, I didn't think this could be more painful than the COVID roundtables that we had, but somehow this feels even harder than those conversations were. But again, just like the last set of roundtables, very, very helpful in terms of us, getting a framework for how we need to move forward. So I appreciate everybody's time and candor.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hill.
The great thing about going last is there's nothing else to say except thank you for everybody coming today. And it was very informative, but thanks to everybody, and we look forward to a continued dialogue.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the collaboration, the cooperation, and the insights that you've provided. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We understand you probably feel in many ways you've got a lot to do too. We'll continue to be the rigorous regulators that we need to be, but also good partners to you in the Commonwealth in this effort. So thank you so much. Appreciate the time. Nice to see so many faces. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Good weekend.
You too. Bye, everyone.
Bye.